Did I mess it up? Did I mess it up on all of them? Huh? Let me see that. I fixed it on this side, but not on this side.
You're right. I'll get half of this salary.
Always something.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Otis-Bison Cougar broadcast. Today we are in beautiful Otis, Kansas, getting ready for the JV game.
Tipping off for Crosse will be number 21, Aiden Gumbing.
And number 43 for Otis-Bison, Marissa Reaver. Ball is up. Cougars get the tip off.
Ball is stolen by number 14, Hannah Patterson. Going to put it up for two. No good.
Cougars trying to steal the ball back. A little struggle for the ball. Number 20 ends up with it. Now over to Marissa. Now over to number 12, my bad, at the low post. She passed it over to 20 on the other low post. Out to Marissa at the close wing. Over to number 21 at the low post. She puts it up for two, and it's good.
Number 12, Lillian, throws it over to number 15. Peyton bring it back down, throwing it back over to Lillian. Over to the high post where number 4, Mariah puts it up for two. No good. Number 21, Aiden with the rebound. Going to try struggling to get the ball out. Going to throw it back out to number 14, Hannah. Ball almost goes out of bounds, but there's a call.
That'll be a turnover to the Cougars. Number 20 will have it at the sideline, Grace Smith. She tosses it into number 1, Hope Lumpkins. She's now dribbling it down the court, down to the center of it. Now at the midcourt line. Now over to Marissa at the close wing. Looking around. Finds Leela at the top of the key. Now over to Hope back again at the close wing. She tries to go to the low post. Tries to put it up. No good. Struggle for the ball.
Ball goes over to number 21. Aiden's going to bring it back down to the Leopard side. Throwing it back over to number 15, Peyton Stone. Going to throw it now over to number 12, Lillian at the close wing. Throws to the high post where Mariah is. Going in, bring it over to number 15, Peyton on the far corner.
Cougars now with the ball. Leela has it. Now over to Hope. He dribbles it down to the center of the court. Now over to Grace at the close wing. Tries to go into the low post. Finds herself there. Looking around. Finds number 12, Paula, at the far wing. Now over to Marissa at the close wing. Looks around, finds Leela at the low post. Now to Marissa at the close wing, my bad. Back into Leela. Stolen by the Leopards.
Hannah Patterson bring the ball back down to the Leopard side. Over at the far wing. She's going to throw it over to the close wing where number 12, Lillian, is going to throw it to the high post where Mariah is going in at the low, put it up for 2, and it's good.
Cougars now with the ball. Hope has it now, dribbling it down the center of the court. Now over to Paula, almost stolen by the Leopards. She's looking around, finds some options. Tries to go over to Leela, but it's stolen by the Leopards.
Number 4, Mariah Worth with the ball, going to throw it over to number 15. Peyton Stone going to bring it to the high top of the key. Now over to Hannah Patterson at the far wing corner, going in for 2, no good.
Stolen by Leela now with the rebound. Now over to Hope Lumpkins. Whistle is blown. Leave timeout, 30 seconds for the Cougars. All right, both teams now return to the court. Cougars will have it at the sideline. It will be tossed into number 1, Hope. She dribbles it down to the closer side of the court. Almost tripped up by the Cougars, and it's out of the court. Not by the Cougars, by the Leopards. Leopards ball.
Number 14, Hannah Patterson, going to throw the ball in over to number 11. No, number 10, my bad. Cadence Kendall going to throw it. Ball stolen.
Goal stolen by number 20. She tries to go up for layup, but it gets blocked by the Leopards defense. Now it's up with the Marissa at the close wing. Now over to number 1, Hope. Now over to 20, Grace. She's at the close wing. Fight for the ball. And a jump ball is called. That'll give the Leopards the ball at the sideline.
Number 14, Hannah's going to throw the ball in. And number 10, Cadence, going to bring it over to the Leopards side. Going into the top of the key, going to throw it back over to Hannah at the close wing. Going to throw it back out over to Cadence at the far corner, going up for 2. No good. Cougars with the ball now. Grace going to bring it back down to the Cougars side. Marissa with the ball now at the far or close wing. Going to throw it over to Leela. Back over to Grace at the top of the key. Going to bring it in over to the low post. Puts it up for 2. No good.
Fight for the ball at the below the net. And Cougars will have the ball at the baseline. Number 43 for your Cougars, Marissa Reaver. Marissa's looking around. Finds number 3, Destiny Mitchell, at the top of the key. Now over to Paula at the far wing. Now over to Hope. Not Hope, number 20, my bad, for the Cougars at the close wing. Now over to Destiny. She dribbles it to the high post. Out to 22 at the far wing, but she gets caught traveling. I'll give the ball over to the Leopards.
Number 14, Hannah throws the ball over to Cadence, going to the top of the key. Back over to Hannah going at the far corner. Going to throw it in. Ball is stolen by Maria.
Paula now has it at the far side of the court. Now over to Destiny at the top of the key.
Ball is stolen again by number 10, Cadence. Kendall going to go into the high post. Going to throw it now over to number 12, where Lillian is. Goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars.
Destiny Mitchell will have the ball at the sideline. She'll toss it into number 20, Grace Smith. Destiny's now back to Destiny. Now over to Paul at the far wing. Now over to Grace at the top of the key. Almost stolen by the Leopards. Looking around, Leopards trying to steal the ball. Over to Destiny. And a timeout on the Cougars. 3 minutes and 22 seconds left in the first half. Your score is 2 Cougars, 2 La Crosse. Both teams now returning to the court. Cougars have it at the sidelines. It's thrown into number 3, Destiny Mitchell. Now over to 20, Grace Smith at the close wing. She goes down almost to the low post. Now over to Marissa at the high post. Back out to Grace at the close wing. She's now up at the top of the key. Now over to Destiny. She dribbles it down to the low post. Tries to put it up for 2. That'll be, I believe, if I can find my cheat sheet.
Ball is against number 21, Aiden Brumbean.
Destiny puts up our first 3 throw, and it's off the front of the rim and no good. Destiny now putting up her second 3 throw. It's up, off the backboard, and it's in. That'll be a point for the Cougars.
Aiden's going to throw the ball in over to Caden's going to bring back down to the Cougars side at the far wing now. Going in to the low post. Ball is thrown in over to number 24, Hannah Dellett.
Cougars now with the ball. 20 has it, Grace Smith. She dribbles it down to the closer side of the court. Blocked by the Leopards defense. Now over to Marissa at the close wing. Over to Destiny at the close corner. She passes it into number 43, who puts it up for 2. No good.
Number 10, Cadence with the ball now going back down to the Leopard side. Going to throw it back over to Zayla Wimmer, going to the top of the key. Struggle for the ball. She's going to throw it over. Oh. Looks like there was a stumble for the ball.
And Destiny goes into a deep slide. I'll turn over the balls to the Leopards.
Number 31, Trinity McAllister, will be throwing the ball in. Ball is thrown in to number 10, Caden's going to throw it in over to the high post where number 21, Aiden is. Going to throw it back out to number 31, Trinity, going in for 3, no good.
We'll fight for the ball, and Cougars will get it. Destiny now has it at the closer side of the court. Now over to Grace. Fight for, it looks like a little bit of a struggle there, but Destiny ends up with it at the close wing. Tries to put it up for 3, no good. Leopards now with the ball.
Cadence having the ball. She's going to run it back down over to number 31. Trinity puts it up for 2. No good. Cadence with the rebound. Puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Cougars now with the ball. Destiny has it. Dribbling it down the center of the court this time. Now over to Grace. She's at the close wing. And that'll be on the Cougars. Not Cougars, the Leopards, my bad, for that whistle. Be on number 35 for them.
Zayla Wimmer.
Cougars now with the ball at the sideline. They toss it in and back over to Destiny. Now over to Leela Kenyon. She dribbles it into the low post. It looks like she'll accidentally put the ball out of the court. Check that. Cougars get the ball at the baseline. Grace has it down at the baseline, looking around, finding her options. Goes over to Leela at the far corner. Now over to Paula at the top of the key. Over to Grace at the close wing. Tries to go over, back over to Paula, but stolen by the Leopards.
Number 12, Lillian, going to put it up for 2 at the low post, and it's good.
Cougars now with the ball. Destiny Mitchell has it down, going down the center, over to the lane. Tries to put up for 2, no good. Rebound on the Leopards. Jump ball called I'll give the Cougars the ball this time. Grace has it once again at the baseline. Looking around, finds Leela at the low post. Now back out to Grace. Now over to Destiny at the high post. Dribbles it around, finds Grace at the close wing. Now she goes over top of the key. Back over to Destiny at the close wing. Now over to Grace at the close wing. Fight for the ball. Tries to get it into Leela, but it's tipped by the Leopards.
Ball is stolen by number 11, Lillian. Lillian going to bring it over to the high post. Going to bring it over to Hannah at the far close wing. Going to run it over to number 15, Peyton Stone. Throwing it over to Ashlyn Hoover. Going at the high post, puts it up for two. No good.
Cougars now with the ball. Leela has it. Now over to Destiny. Drilling it down the center of the court this time. Looking around. Goes over to Paul at the mid-court line. Now over to Grace. It goes over her head and out of the court. I'll give Lacrosse the ball.
Number 14, Hannah Patterson, going to throw the ball in. Throws it over to number 15, Peyton Stone, going to bring it back down to the Leopard side. Over to number 12, Lillian at the close wing, going in for three, no good. Ashton with the rebound, going to try to put it up. That time is called. 3 points to the Cougars and 6 to the Leopards. Number 10, Cadence Kendall will be throwing the ball in. The number 11, Clara Thielenhouse. Going to bring it back down to the Leopard side. Going to throw it over to number 21, Aiden at the far corner. And she was caught traveling. Turnover to the Cougars.
Abigail will now have it at the baseline. Toss it into Grace. Now back over to Abigail. She dribbles it down the center of the court. She's going to go down to the low post. Met by the Leopards defense. Pass it over to Marissa. She tries to put up for two. No good.
Number 10, Cadence Kendall bring the ball back down. Throwing it over to Clara at the close wing. Going to throw it over to number 10, Cadence at the close wing. Ball's thrown over to Trinity, but stolen.
Cougars now with the ball. Number 24 for the Cougars will have it. Abigail Rodriguez. Pass it over to Grace, who tries to go to the low post.
Block number 10, Cadence was caught pushing.
Cougars now with the ball at the baseline. Marissa has it. Now over to Leela. She tries to pass it into Marissa at the low post, but no good. Stolen by the Leopards.
Hannah, Della going over to number 11, Clara, going to bring it into close swing. Thrown over to Trinity as Clara falls over. Thrown back over to the number 21, Aiden. Double dribble was called. Turnover to the Cougars.
Abigail has it at the baseline. Busting into Grace. Now back to Abigail. Dribbling it down the center of the court. Looks around. Finds Paula at the far wing. Now back over to Abigail at the mid-court line. He goes over to the close wing. Into Grace at trying to go to the low post. Submitted by the lacrosse defense. She puts it up for two. No good. Marissa with the rebound. She tries to put up for two. And a block is called. Be called on Leopards 21. Which does not exist on our roster. Marissa will have her first free throw and she puts it up. No good. Marissa now dribbling the ball. Second free throw's up. Off the back of the backboard. No good.
Ball is where it goes over to Hannah Della, bringing it back over to number 10, Cadence. Thrown back over to number 11, Claire. Back to Cadence at the high post. Ball goes over to number 21, Aiden at the top of the key. Going to bring it back over, throwing it to Cadence at the close wing. Back over to number 24, Hannah Della. Back out to Trinity at the far wing. Over to Aiden at the top of the key. Going in for two. No good. Ball goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball at the baseline. 6 minutes and 12 seconds left in the match. Abigail will have the ball, dribbling it down the center of the court. Comes down to the midcourt line. Goes into the lane, or attempts to, met by the lacrosse defense. Out to Paula. Now over to Grace at the close wing. Almost stolen by the Leopards. Now out to Paula at the top of the key. Over to Leela at the far wing. Now over to Paula at the midcourt line. Stolen by the Leopards.
Number 12, Lillian runs up, puts it up for two. No good. Cougars rebound.
Cougars chuck the ball clear down the court. Leela now has it. Now over to Marissa at the low post. She tries to put it up for two. No good. Fight for the ball. And a jump ball is called. Cougars now with the ball, tipping it off. Grace now has it at the midcourt line. Now going over to Leela at the close wing. Now over to low post for Leela. She tries to put up for two. Marissa recovers it. Now over to Paula at the far wing. She tries to put up for two. No good. And the ball goes out of the court.
Hannah Patterson going to throw the ball in to number 11, Claire. Bring it back down to the Leopard side. Throw it all the way over to number 12, Lillian. Now out of bounds on the Cougars, as it was intended for number 11, Claire Thielenhouse, but number 20, Grace Smith, knocks the ball out of bounds. Number 14, Hannah, will be throwing the ball in. Ball's thrown over to number 24, Hannah Della, put it set up for two, no good.
Cougars now with the ball. Paula has it at the farther side of the court, struggling for it. Go over to Grace now. She goes into the lane. Now it's Leela. Drilling into the low post, putting up for two. Be a foul on Leela Kenyon.
Number 14, Patterson throwing the ball in to number 11, Clara Thielenhouse. Bring it back down to Leopard side. Now throw it over to Lillian. Back out to Hannah Dellett. Now over to number 4, Ryan Worth at the low post, trying to put it up for two. No good. Ball was knocked out of bounds, but will remain with the Leopards. Number 21, Leela Kenyon, goes out for number 22, Maria. Number 15, Peyton Stone, will be throwing the ball in. Never mind, turnover to the Cougars.
Paula will have it now, drilling down the center of the court. Over to intended for Grace. Whistle's blowing. Call will be on number 15 for the Leopards.
Number 15 is Peyton Stone.
Cougars will have the ball at the sideline. Whistle's blown. And a timeout, I believe, will be called. Cougars. Full, I believe. All right, both teams return to the court. Cougars will have it. Marissa has it at the sideline. Marissa now looking around, trying to find a Cougar. Finds Grace. Oh, Hope Lumpkins, my bad.
Ball is stolen by number 11, Claire Thielenhouse puts it up for 2, no good. But number 15, Peyton Stone tries to put it up. And it is good.
Foul on the Cougars. That'll give the Leopards some free throws.
Peyton Stone's first shot is up. It is no good. She'll have one more opportunity for another point for the Leopards. Peyton's second shot is up. No good.
Cougars fight for the ball. It's out of the court. I'll give Leopards the ball at the baseline.
Number 12, Lillian, throwing the ball in over to number 15, Peyton Stone at the far wing. Going to bring it in over to number 12, Lillian at the far corner. Puts it up for 2. No good.
Cougars now with the ball. Grace has it. Now over to Paula at the far wing, my bad. She tries to toss it in, but it's back out to Paula. Now over to Hope at the top of the key. Over to Grace. Almost stolen by a Leopard. Cougars dribbling the ball down. And a whistle's blown. Crosse 15 will get the ball. We'll have the penalty called on her. Giving the Cougars the ball at the sideline. Marissa now has it. She's looking around. Finds Grace at the close wing. She tries to go into the lane. Now out to Paula at the far wing. Intended for 22, but is stolen by the Leopards.
Claire Thielenhouse having the ball now. Going to bring it over to number 15, Peyton Stone at the top of the key. Going to now throw it in over to number 40, Ashlyn Hoover at the top high post. Puts it up to 2, and it's good.
Cougars now with the ball. Paula will have it. Now dribbling it down to the midcourt line. Looking around. Goes down to the low post. She puts it up for 2. No good. Paula tries to get the rebound. She tries to go over to number 1. Stolen by the Leopards.
Number 11, Clara Thielenhouse, bringing it back down with some speed. Going to now throw over to Peyton Stone at the low post. Puts it up for 2. Shot is no good, but number 24, Hannah Della, puts it up, and it's good.
Cougars now with the ball. Paula has it. Dribbling it down to the closer side of the court. Now over to the close wing. Over to Grace at the top of the key. Tries to go into the low post. Almost stolen by the Leopards.
Stolen by number 15, Peyton Stone, running down with some speed. Shot is no good, but ball is thrown over to number 11, Clara Thielenhouse at the far corner. Going to now throw it over to number 12, Lillian. Back over to number 24, Della, puts it up for 2, and it's good.
And Cougars call another timeout. 2 minutes and 44 seconds left in your junior varsity girls game. Cougars will be at 3. Lacrosse 12.
Both teams return to the court and get ready to play for the remainder 2 minutes.
Destiny Mitchell now with the ball, dribbling it down the center of the court. Now over to the close wing. Goes to the top of the key. Over to Grace now with the close wing. And the Leopards will smack the ball out of her hands, and it rolls out of the court, giving the Cougars the ball, I believe, at the sideline, or the corner of the court. Now at the baseline. Destiny passes it into Leela. Now over to Paul at the high post. Now over to Grace. She tries to dribble it into the low post. Rebounds it a couple of times, and it's in for the Cougars.
Number 11, Clara, throwing the ball in over to the Cadence. Back to Clara, bringing it back down to the Cougar side, or Leopard side, my bad. Back over to Cadence at the close wing. Puts it up for 2, no good. Number 24, Hannah, tries to put it up, no good. And
fight for the ball.
Timeout is called on the Lady Leopards. Full timeout.
Cougars and the Leopards return to the court. Leopards will have it at the baseline.
Number 12, Lillian, going to be throwing the ball in. Lillian throws it over to number 10, Cadence at the far corner. Going to run it in a little bit. Struggle for the ball between Cadence and Destiny. Jump ball is called. Ball will remain with the Leopards. Number 14, Hannah Patterson throwing the ball in. Throwing it all the way out to number 35, Zayla Wimmer, putting it up for 2, no good. Shot goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars.
Grace now with the ball at the baseline. Now over to Destiny. Dribbling it down the center of the court. Now at the top of the key. Over to number 22, but it slips over her hands. And the Leopards now get the ball at the baseline.
Number 4, Mariah, throwing it in over to Patterson, bringing it back down to the Leopard side. Patterson going to throw it in over to number 21, Aiden. Now back out to Trinity. Back over to Hannah. Patterson. Back over to Wimmer. Into the low post where number 21, Aiden is. Back out to Trinity at the top of the key. Going to put it up for 2. No good.
Cougars now with the ball. Destiny now has it, drilling it down the court with some speed. Goes for a layup, puts it up for 2. It's over the rim, no good.
Hannah Patterson with the ball now, going to run it back down to Leopard's side. Gonna now throw it over to Trinity at the close wing. Throw it into the high post where Aiden is, puts it up for two, no good. Ball goes out of bounds, turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars are now with the ball. Destiny has it, dribbling down the center of the court. Now over to number 20, Grace at the close wing. Over to Leela at the high post. Now over to Destiny at the close corner. She puts it up for three, no good. A little bit of a swirly on that ball, but it goes out of the court. And Cougars will get it. Number 20 will have it for the Cougars at the baseline, Grace. She's now looking around for some players. Finds Destiny at the low post, but it goes past her fingers. Now over to Leela. Back out to Destiny. She tries to put up for three, no good. Fight for the ball. Paula now has it at the far wing. Over to Destiny. She goes up for the lane, puts it up for two. Off the back of the rim, no good.
Ryo Worth with the rebound. Going to throw it over to number 14, Hannah Patterson. Going to run it back down to the Leopard side with some speed. Throw it over to Zayla at the low post. Hands it off to Mariah. Ball is against number 21, Leela Kenyon. She was caught pushing.
25 seconds left in the match.
Hannah Patterson going to throw the ball in. Ball is thrown in over to Mariah. Now back to Patterson at the low post. Puts it up for two. No good. Hannah Della put it up for two. No good.
Fight for the ball. And a jump ball is called. Now we'll give Cougars the ball. Destiny Mitchell with the ball now at the baseline. Over to Grace. Now back over to Destiny. She dribbles it down the center of the court. Now over to Leela at the high post. She dribbles it around. Tries to go to the low post. Gives it over to Grace. She's over at the close wing. She tries to put it up for two. No good. That'll be a foul. Leela Kenyon will get a call for hacking.
For the 31, Trinity McAllister throwing the ball in for the Leopards. 6.7 seconds remaining. Ball thrown over to Hannah Patterson. Bring it back down to the Leopard side. Hannah's going to hold the ball and run the timeout. Final score is Cougars 5, Leopards 12.
Alrighty now, ladies and gentlemen, we are now back for the boys JV game. Up for your Leopards is number 11, Tristan Nelson.
Joining for the Cougars, you have number 23, Gavin Alloway.
Ball's up, and the Crosse will get it. Number 10 now for Lacrosse, Lee Holoperic. He'll bring it down to the top of the key. Now over to 30, my bad, at the far wing. Now over to number 35, my bad, at the low post. He tries to put up for 2, no good. Cougars steal the ball.
Rebounded by number 23, Gavin Alloway. Ooh, struggle for the ball. Jump ball is called, and it will remain with the Cougars.
Lacrosse now with the ball at the baseline. Scratch that. Cougars will be at the baseline.
Number 25, Kelson Juno will be throwing the ball in. Ball is in over to Gavin Alloway. He's going to make his way down to the Cougars' side with some major speed. Going into the low post. Going to put it up for 2. No good.
Fight for the ball. Cougars run for it.
Kelson gets it. Over to number 45, Ishmael Cortez. Now over to Lewis McVeigh trying to put it up. No good. Kelson Juno with the rebound. Throwing it back out to Lewis. Puts it up for 2. Barely missing his shot.
Number 34 for the Leopards will get it. He dribbles it down to the farther side of the court. Now at the far wing. Over to 10 at the close corner. He puts it up for 3, I believe, and that'll be good.
Lewis McVeigh throws it over to Gavin. Back to Lewis. He's going to make his way down to the Cougars' side. Throwing over to number 4, Sean Pauly. Going to make his way over to the close wing. Going to throw it over to Gavin Alloway at the top of the key. Back out to Kelson. Almost stolen, but Kelson maintains the ball. Going to throw it over to Lewis McVeigh at the low post. Ishmael Cortez has it, puts it up, and it's good.
Crosse now with the ball. Dribbling down the center of the court. Now over to the top of the key. Now over to 34 at the far wing. Over to 38 or 30, I believe, at the far corner.
Ishmael Cortez with the block. He throws over to Gavin, making his way down to the Cougars' side. Going to bring it in over to the top of the key. Hand it off to Kelson Juno, also at the top of the key. Going to make his way down to the... Throwing the ball back over to Gavin at the top of the key. Going in for 3. Shots no good.
Leopards get the rebound. Number 11 will bring it down the court this time for the Leopards. He throws it over to, I believe, number 30 at the far corner. He tries to put it up for 3, no good. Cougars now with the ball.
Kelson Juno with the rebound, going to bring it back down to the Cougars' side. Hand it off to Gavin at the top of the key. Gavin's running in, back, running around a little bit. Going to bring it over to Kelson. Ball is stolen.
Fight for the ball, and a travel is called by the Leopards. They'll give Cougars the ball at the midcourt line.
Gavin Alloway throwing the ball in over to... Ball is thrown out of bounds by number 34 for the Leopards.
That'll be Masumi Lare.
Lewis McVeigh throws the ball in over to Kelson, but it's stolen.
Leopards now with the ball. Number 11 has it. He tries to go to the low post. No good. Ball rolls out of his hand, and it's off the court.
Number 4, Sean Pauly, going to throw it in. Throw it over to Gavin Alloway. Throwing across over to Ishmael.
Lacrosse steals the ball, fighting for it now. Running now for the Cougars try to get it. Cougars will get the ball at the sideline.
Timeout is called. Lacrosse Leopards, 30-second timeout. Both teams return to the court, get ready to play. Lewis McVeigh throwing the ball in. Over to Gavin Alloway. At the low post, puts up for 2, no good.
Crosse tries to steal the ball, but it's a fight for it. It's out of the court. And the ball goes back to the Cougars.
Gavin Alloway. No, Lewis McVeigh throwing the ball in. Going to throw it over to Sean Polly. Crossing center line, turn over to the Leopards.
.34 for the Leopards. We'll have it at the sideline. Now into 10. Lee Holliperic, he'll bring it to the top of the key. Now over to 34 at the far wing. Over to 11 at the close wing. He tries to go into the high post, but it's back out to 30. He's out at the far corner. Going around, finds number 11 at the top of the key. Now over to 35 at the high post. Back out to 10 at the close wing. Now over to 34, I believe, at the close corner. He tries to put it up for 3, no good.
Kelson Juno with the rebound, going to throw it over to Lewis McVeigh. Now back over to Gavin, going to bring it over to the Cougar side with some major speed now. Ball goes over to Lewis McVeigh. Struggle for the ball.
And Leopards will get it. Number 10 now has it for the Leopards. He'll bring it down the center of the court. He now ends up at the top of the key. Over to 30 at the far wing. Now we're going to the low post. Tries to put up for 2, no good. Cougars get the ball.
Ishmael gets the ball over to Gavin. Throwing over to Kelson. Almost goes out of bounds, but stays in. Kelson getting it over to Gavin. Put it up for 3 from the top of the key. No good. Lewis McVeigh with the rebound. Going to throw it over to Ishmael. Put it up for 2. No good. Back out to Lewis. Gets the rebound again. There's a call on the court.
A jump ball is called. Lacrosse will get it this time. Crosse now with the ball, dribbling it down to the far close wing. My bad. Now over to 11. Back over to around the rim. Now around the half 3-point line. My bad. Comes back around to number 11 at the top of the key. Now over to 10 at the close wing. Tries to go into the low post. Back out to number 11 at the top of the key. Now over to 10. Back over to 11. He goes to the low post. He tries to put up for 2, and it's good.
Lewis McVeigh throwing it over to Gavin. And over to Kelson Juno, making his way down to the Cougar side with some speed. Going to throw it over to Seth Richardson at the close wing, or close corner. Now back out to Kelson at the top of the key. Kelson's going to run it around. Going to then throw it back out to Lewis, also at the top of the key. Going to run it in to Ishmael.
And Leopards will get the ball. Leopards take the ball clear down the court at a pretty alarming speed. Now to 11 at the low post. He tries to put up for 2, no good. Fight for the ball. Leopards end up with it. 10 with it now at the top of the key. He tries to put up for 3. Off the back of the rim and no good.
Number 4, Sean Polly having the ball. Now he's going to throw it over to Kelson Juno. Back down to the Cougar side now. Kelson's going to throw it over to Seth Richardson at the close wing. Hand it back off to Kelson at the close corner. Throwing it into Ishmael. Ishmael's going to throw it over to Sean Polly. Going to try to struggle to get the ball up. Puts it up. No good. Ball goes out of bounds ball hits the top of the backboard. Turn over to the Leopards.
Leopards now with the ball. Number 10 has it. Bring it down the center of the court. Now over to 13 at the far wing. Now over to 35 at the far corner. He brings it up back over to the far wing. Now over to 11 at the close wing. Up to the top of the key now. Now over to 10 at the close wing. Here over to number, I believe that's 13 at the far wing. Over to 11 at the top of the key. He puts it up for 3, and it's good.
Lewis McVeigh throwing the ball back in now for the Cougars. Going to throw it over to Seth Richardson. Ball goes out of bounds. Against the Cougars, turnover to the Leopards.
Leopards now has the ball at the sideline. Trying to toss it in. Not know what the call was, but it will be a call on the Leopards. Turning the ball over to the Cougars.
Number 10, Seth Richardson throwing the ball in. Going over to Kelson Juno, going to make his way down to the Cougars side. bringing it into the low post. Ball goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Leopards.
Leopards are now with the ball. Number 10 has it. Dribbling it down the court. He'll look around, finds 11 at the far wing. He puts it up for 3 off the back of the rim and no good. 0 now with it for the Leopards. There, he's at the close wing. He tries to put it up for 3 and it's no good.
Lewis McVeigh with the ball now. Traveling is called against Lewis. Turnover to the Cougars. Not Cougars, over to the Leopards.
Cougars now, not Cougars. Leopards are now with the ball. Number 10 has it at the top of the key. Now over to 11 at the far wing. Now over to 13 at the far corner. He puts it up for 3, no good. Cougars steal the ball, but it's stolen back by the Leopards. Number 11 has it at the low post. Now back out to 0 and up to 10 at the top of the key. Over to 0 at the close corner. He puts it up for 3, no good. Fight for the ball. 31 tries to put it up, but a whistle is blown.
Ball is against number 45, Ishmael Cortez.
I'll give number 31 for the Leopards. Trenton Skillett, a couple 3 throws. He puts up his first one, and it bounces off the front of the rim and no good. Trenton puts up his second 3 throw, and it's off the back of the rim. No good.
Ball is now with number 23, Gavin Alloway, making his way down to the Cougars' side. Going to bring it over to the top of the key. Now going to the far wing, far corner where Lewis McVeigh is. Lewis is going to throw it over to Gavin at the low post. Going to put it up for 2. Shot is good for 2.
Leopards now with the ball. 10 has it, bringing it down to the closer wing. Now over to the high post, over to 11 at the far wing, over to 0 at the close wing. He tries to bring it down to the low post. Over to 31 now. Tries to put it up for 2, and the whistle's blowing.
Ball is against number 45, Ishmael Cortez. Check on hands will be the call.
Trenton up now for his first 3 throw. Off the back of the rim again, and no good. Trenton puts up a second 3 throw, and it's in.
Lewis McVeigh now going to throw it over to Kelson Juno, making his way back down to the Cougars' side with some major speed. Going in at the low post and the ball goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Leopards.
Trenton will have the ball at the baseline. Tosses it into number 0. He'll bring it down to the center of the court. Over to 12 and now over to 13 at the far corner. Back into, I believe, 31 at the low post. He tries to put it up for 2. Not 2. Tries to pass it.
Seth Richardson now having the ball with 30 seconds or 25 on the clock. Kelson gets the ball, puts it up for 3. No good. Turn over to the Leopards.
Leopards now with the ball. Number 0 has it. Now over to 13 at the far wing. Over to 40 at the far corner. Now over to 12, I believe, at the close wing. No, back over to 0. 0 now has it at the close wing. Trying to go to the low post. Tries to pass it into 31. No good. Cougars steal the ball.
Ishmael gives the ball over to Kelson. Kelson's going in for a 3-point from the half court shot there. Shot is no good. Score for the end of the first quarter will be 4 Cougars, 9 Leopards. side.
Both teams now returning to the court.
Cougars will have the ball. Lewis McVeigh going to throw the ball in over to Kelson Juneau, making his way down to the Cougars side. Going into the low post, puts it up for two, no good.
Leopards now with the ball. Number 0 has it, bringing it down to the low post. Tries to put up for two, and that's a push on him. Wow. That's a big shove.
White number 10, Seth Richardson, was caught pushing.
Number 0 is Logan Stone up now for some three throws. First one's up, off the front of the rim, and no good. Logan now putting up his second free throw. It rolls around a little bit, but it's out. No good.
Lewis McVeigh getting the ball over to Kelson, getting it back down to the Cougar side. Going to throw it over to Seth Richardson at the close wing. Put it up for two, no good.
Leopards now with the ball. Logan has it now at the far wing. Now over to 40 at the far wing. Over to 20, or 12, my bad. The close corner. Turn over to the Cougars.
Seth Richardson getting the ball over with some major speed. There is a call on the court against the Leopards. Black number 40 got a control foul, I believe.
Fouler would be Reese Morgan.
Seth Richardson has the opportunity for a point or two for the Cougars. His first shot is up, and it is good for a Cougar point. Seth has one more opportunity for another point. Second shot is up, and it is good.
Cougars, Leopards now with the ball. Number 11 has it, bringing it to the top of the key. Over to 40 at the far wing. He puts it up for three, and it's good.
Lewis McVeigh now with the ball. Going to give it over to Lewis. Over to Kelson. Going to bring it back over to Seth at the close corner. Hand it back off to Lewis. Now back to Kelson. Hitting to the top of the key. Bring it back in over to Gavin Alloway at the far corner. Going in for two. Puts it up. No good. Ishmael Cortez gets it and goes out of bounds. Now, never mind. It goes over to Kelson. Tries to put it up for two. No good.
Fight for the ball again.
Out of bounds against the Leopards. Number 42, Aiden George, comes in for number 10, Seth Richardson. 24, Lewis McVeigh throwing the ball in. Ball is in over to Kelson. Back to Lewis at the low post. Going to put it up, or put it over to Ishmael. Puts it up for two when it's good.
Lacrosse now with the ball. Number 11 has it, bring it down the center of the court. Now over to the close wing. Now over to 40 at the close corner. Now over to 22 at the top of the key. Over to 0 at the far wing. He puts it up for a long three. No good. A little bit of a rebounding action, but the Cougars will end up with the ball.
Lewis gives it over to Kelson, getting it back down to the Cougar side. Puts it up for two, and it's good.
Now with the 2-point game, the Leopards bring the ball down the court over to 40. Now over to 22 at the far wing. Now over to 0 at the close corner. Whistle's blown. Some subs are in. And the Crosse will have the ball at the sideline. Now over into 11 at the close corner. Tries to go into the low post, but he goes back out. Over to 22 at the top of the key. Over to 10 at the close wing. Now over to 30 at the far wing, I believe. They pass it around a little bit. He's back out to 30 at the far wing. He puts it up for three, and it's good.
Kelson Juneau with the ball now. Going to throw it over to Gavin Alloway. Puts it up for two. No good. Ishmael Cortez gets it back.
Stolen by number 10 for the Leopards. Now over to number 11. Over to 31 at the low post. He puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Kelson Juno getting the ball now. Going to bring it back down to the Cougar side. Going to the top of the key. High post now. Low post puts it up for 2. No good.
Leopards now with the ball. 30 has it, bringing it down the court. It slips up a little bit. The Leopards will still remain with the ball. Number 22 has it now, trying to go to the low post. Out to 30 at the far wing. Over to 10 at the close corner. He tries to put it up for 2. No good. Fight for the ball. Leopards still got it. 11 has it now at the far wing. Over to 10, almost going out of the court. We'll bring it up to the top of the key. Over to 11 at the far corner. He tries to go into the lane and put it up for 2. No good.
Kelson Juno with the ball now, bringing up some speed, and there is a call on the court. Black number 11 was caught gripping Kelson Juno.
Tristan Nelson will be your fouler.
Lewis McVeigh throws it over to Kelson. Now over to Ishmael, put it up for 2. No good. Struggle for the ball. Back over to Seth. Now back over to Riley. Or Sean at the top of the key. No good.
Crosse now with the ball. Number 10 has it, bringing it down the court. Now over to 31, but it goes over his head and out of the court. That'll give Cougars the ball.
Lewis McVeigh will be throwing the ball in. Throwing it over to Kelson. Back to Lewis. He's going to bring it down to the Cougar side. And back off to Kelson. Going back over. Going to throw it over to Seth Richardson at the close wing. Throw it in over to Ishmael. Never mind.
And Lacrosse steals the ball. 34 gets it, bringing it down to the lane. Tries to put it up for 2. It's off the back of the rim. No good. 34 gets the rebound. Passing now to 10. Back out to 34 at the far wing. He puts it up for 3. Bounces around a little bit, but no good.
Kelson Juno with the ball now. He's going to run it back to the Cougars side. Making his way. Going to throw it over to Sean Pauley at the close wing. Going to bring it over to the top of the key. We're now over to Kelson at the far corner. Kelson's going to throw it in over to Ishmael. Back up for 2, and it's good.
Leopards now with the ball. Number 11 has it, bringing it down to the high post. Now back out to, I believe, number 10 at the far wing. Now over to 34 at the far corner. Now over to 11 at the far wing. Over to 34 once again. Back out to 11, almost slipping out of his fingers, and it goes out of the court. Cougars will call a timeout with 3 minutes and 23 seconds remaining in the first half. Cougars will be at 12. Leopards, 17.
Lewis McVeigh throwing the ball in over to Kelson Juno. Shoving is called. Lewis McVeigh will be throwing the ball back in again. Ball is stolen.
Crosse now gets it. 35 has it at the low post. He tries to put it up for 2. No good.
Number 25, Kelson Juno with getting the rebound. Going to bring it back to the Cougars side. Going to the top of the key. Hand it off to Seth Richardson. Back over to Cortez. Now over to Sean. Sean's going to throw it over to number 25, Kelson Juno at the far corner. Going to the low post. Puts it up for 2. Just barely missing.
Leopards steal the ball. Number 10 has it. Now bringing it down the court. Going over to the low post. Trying to put it up for 2. No good.
Sean Pauley with the rebound. Going to bring it back down to the Cougar side with major speed. Ball goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Leopards.
Little bit of confusion. And it looks like the Cougars will get it at the baseline.
Lewis McVeigh throwing the ball in over to Kelson Juno. Back over to Lewis at the low post. Now over to the close wing where Kelson puts it up for 2. No good.
Leopards now with the ball. Number 10 has it. No. Bringing it down to the 30 at the far wing. Now over to 11. Stolen by the Cougars.
Seth steals it at the low post. Puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Number 10, or I believe, nope, number 11, my bad, brings the top of the key. Now over to 30 at the far corner. Tries to bring it into the 31 at the low post, but no, it's stolen by the Cougars.
Kelson Juno with the ball now, running down to the Cougar side with some speed. Going to throw it over to Seth Richardson, going over to the close wing. Ball is stolen.
Leopards now with the ball. Number 10 has it at the far wing. Now over to 30 at the low post. He puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Lewis McVeigh going to get the ball now. Going to throw it over to Kelson. Call on the court. Black number 30 was caught. With a foul. Cougars will keep the ball. Lewis McVeigh will still be throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Ball is in over to Kelson. Kelson's going to bring it up over to the Cougars side. Going to the top of the key. Going to now throw it over to Seth Richardson at the far wing. Going to put it up for 3. No good.
Tipped off a little bit, but the Leopards will get it. Number 40 has it, chucking it down to 25 at the low post. He tries to put it up for stretch. He tries to push it over to 23. He puts it up for 2. No good. Fight for the ball a little bit, but Cougars will end up with it.
Sean Pauley with the ball now. Going to get it, hand it off to Lewis. Now back off to Kelson. Kelson's going to bring it over. Kelson's going to bring it to the top of the key. And now going to hand it off to Sean. Back over to Seth at the far wing. Throwing it in. Never mind.
And Leopards will get the ball. 25 has it. Struggling to keep hold of it, though. Now over to 32 at the close wing. Over to 13 at the far wing now. He puts it up for 3. Long 3 is no good. Cougars get the rebound.
Ishmael throws it over to Sean. Puts it up for 2. No good.
Fight for the ball, and a jump ball is called. Crosse will get the ball at the baseline with approximately 45 seconds left of the first half. He tosses it in to number 25, I believe. He'll bring it down the closer side of the court. Now over to 32, my bad. He's at the close corner. Now over to the Cougars, though.
Sean Pauley with the ball now. He's going to bring it over to the Cougar side. 30 on the clock. Sean's going to hand it off to Lewis McVeigh, going to the top of the key. High post. Traveling is called against Lewis. Turnover to the Leopards.
13 for the Leopards will have it at the baseline. Back into 25. He dribbles it down to the, looks like the farther side of the court. He'll bring it down to the far wing. Now over to 40, I believe, at the far corner. He tries to put up for 3. No good. Stolen by the Cougars.
Seth Richardson gets the ball. He's going to throw it over to Kelson Juno, but there is a crossing the center line. Turn over to the Cougars. Not Cougars, no, back to the Leopards.
Ball is shot around a little bit. The Leopards will end up with it. Leopards now with the ball. 25 has it. Now over to 13 at the far corner. Over to 40 at the top of the key. Over to 25. He tries to put it for 2, and it's no good, and that's the buzzer. At your halftime, Cougars will have the ball, will have the score at 14. Leopards, 19. 1.
Welcome back to the second half of the boys JV game. Cougars will be starting off with the ball. Lewis McVeigh throwing the ball in over to Kelson Juneau. Kelson's going to bring it back to the Cougars side on the far end. Going to the top of the key. Going to hand it off to Gavin Alloway. Back over to Lewis. Lewis is going to run in, going to throw it back out to Gavin at the top of the key. Over to Kelson Juneau at the close wing. Going to now throw it over to Ishmael Cortez at the low post, and there's a call on the court.
I believe that'll be on number 34 for the Leopards.
Hands-on check is the call.
Massimo Lari.
Number 45, Ishmael Cortez, has the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Cougars. First shot is up, no good. Ishmael has one more opportunity for another point. Second shot is up, and it's no good.
Leopards now with the ball, taking it down the court pretty fast. 30 has it now at the close corner. Now over to 34 at the high post. Now over to 10 at the far wing. Now over to 30, back again at the close corner. Now over to 11 at the close wing. He tries to put it up for 3, and it's no good. Fight for the ball. Cougars get it.
Lewis McVeigh throws it over to Kelson Juneau and gives it, and Kelson's going to run it over. And he loses the ball.
Leopards now have it. Stolen back by the Cougars.
Gavin with the ball. He's going to bring it back to the Cougars side now. Hand it off to Kelson at the close corner. Going to run into and hand it off to Gavin at the close wing. Back to Kelson at the close wing. Going to bring it over to Sean. He's also going to head to the high post now. Going to throw it now over to intended for Lewis, but goes back to Sean. Now over to Kelson. Back to Gavin at the close wing. Now close corner. Going in for 3. Shots up, and it's good.
Leopards now with the ball with the 2-point game. Number 10 will bring it down the court. Back out to 30 at the close corner. Out to 35 at the low post. He tries to put it up for 2. No good.
Gavin Alloway with the ball now. About almost lost it, but throws it over to Kelson, making his way down to the Cougars side. Going to throw it now over to Gavin Alloway again at the close wing. He's going to bring it into near the close corner. Hand it off to Kelson. Over to low post where Ishmael Cortez is. Puts it up. No good. Turnover to the Leopards. Call against Ishmael Cortez.
Leopards now with the ball. 10 has it, bringing it down to the far wing. Now over to 11 at the far corner. Now over to 34 at the top, at the high post, my bad. Brings it down a little bit, tries to put it up for 2, no good. Cougars are now with the ball.
Lewis McVeigh gives it over to number 25, Kelson Juneau, bringing his way back down to the Cougars side. Ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars. Turn over to the Leopards.
Leopards will have the ball at the sideline. Now into 10. They'll bring it down to the center of the court. Out to 11 at the far wing. Over to 30. Now over to 10 at the close corner. They'll bring it into the low post. Pass to number 31. Shove will be called on number 45 for the Cougars. Ishmael Cortez. Leopards will get the ball at the baseline. Leopards now throwing the ball in. Number 11 now has it at the far wing. Now over to 10 at the far corner. He puts it into the low post. Tries to put it up for 2. No good. Houston out with the ball.
Throw it over to Seth Richardson now. Puts it up for 2. There is a call on the court. Number 14, Sebastian Frost will be the fouler. Seth Richardson has the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Cougars. First shot is up, and it is no good. Seth has one more opportunity for another point for the Cougars. Second shot is up, and the second shot is good for a Cougar point.
Leopards now with the ball. Leopards now with the ball. Number 10 has it, bringing it down the court. Now over to 25, my bad, at the far wing. Over to 30, now at the mid-court line. Now over to 10 at the close wing. Over to 31 at the low post. He tries to put up for two. Fight for the ball. And a jump ball is called. Cougars bringing in some subs, and the Crosse will have the ball at the baseline. Number 10 has it. He's now looking around, trying to find somebody. Finds 25 at the close wing. Now over to 30 at the far wing. Back over to 25. Over to 10 at the close corner. He'll bring it up to the wing. Now up to the top of the key. Over to 25 at the far wing now. Looking around, finds 31 at the high post. He goes to the low post, tries to put it up for two. Blocked by the Cougars. And a whistle is blown.
Calls against number 25, Kelson Juno. Hand check, I believe, was the call.
Leopards will get the ball at the baseline. 13 will have it. Looking around. Finds 25 at the far wing. He'll bring it up. Now over to 10 at the close wing. He's going to take it up to the top of the key. Over to intended for 30, but it's swatted out of the air by 23 for the Cougars. It's out of the court on the Cougars, so Leopards will get it at the sideline. 30 has it. Brings it into 31 at the high post. Out to 10 at the mid-court line. Now over to, I believe, 30 at the close corner. Now over to 25 at the top of the key. Over to 13 at the far wing. Over to 10 at the far corner. He'll bring it up. Out to 30 at the mid-court line. Over to 31. Back over to, I believe that is 10 at the far wing. I'll try to bring it in. Ball is almost stolen a couple times. Tries to put lead number 25, or 31, my bad. Tries to put up for two. But a whistle is blown.
Calls against number 23, Gavin Alloway.
Number 3 for your Leopards will be up for some free throws. He puts up his first one, and it's no good. Caden now getting ready for his second free throw. Second one's up. Off the back of the rim, or the front of the rim this time. No good.
Gavin Alloway with the ball now. Going to run it down with some major speed. Throwing it up for two. Shot is no good.
A little bit of a fight for the ball. The Cougars will, not the Cougars, the Leopards will get it. Number 10 has it. Now over to 25, I believe, at the close wing. Over to 30 at the low post. He tries to put up for two, and it's good.
Lewis throwing the ball in over to Gavin, making his way down to the Cougars side with some speed. Going into the close corner now. Going to throw it in over to Ishmael. He's going to put it up for two, and it's good.
1 point game now between the Leopards. 10 will bring it down to the low post. He tries to put up for two. Fight for the ball. And Cougars will steal it.
Ishmael with the ball now. Going to throw it over to Seth Richardson. Ball goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougar. No, not to the Cougars, to the Leopards.
13 will with the Leopards. We'll have it at the baseline. And a timeout was called. Be a full timeout on the Cougars, I believe. Leopards will have the ball now. Number 40 will bring it down the court. Over to 25 at the far wing. Over to 13 at the top of the key. Over to 30 at the close wing. He'll bring it back to the top of the key. Over to 25 now. Over to 31 at the high post. Over to, I believe, 13 at the far corner. He tries to put up for 3. No good. Cougars will get the rebound.
Gavin Alloway now running it back down. He's going to put it up for 2. Shot is good for 2. Timeout is called on the Cougars. Full timeout. Both teams return to the court and get ready to play. 2 minutes and 56 seconds remaining in the third quarter.
Leopards will have the ball at the baseline. 35 has it. Toss it into 11. He'll bring it down the court. End up at the top of the key. Tipped off by the Cougars.
Ball is stolen by Gavin Alloway. Put it up for 2 and it's good.
Leopards now with the ball. Number 11 has it. He'll bring it to the far side of the court. Now it's at the top of the key. Over to 0 at the close wing. Fight for the ball. And the Crosse will get it at, I believe, the sideline or the baseline. Zach Say will get it almost at the exact quarter. Not quarter, corner. My bad. 22 has it now. He'll try to toss it in. There's a whistle blown. Now turn over the ball to the Cougars.
Number 10, Seth Richardson will be throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Check that. It'll be number 24, Lewis McVeigh. Ball is in to Gavin Alloway, making his way down to the Cougar side. Going to the top of the key. Now going to throw over to Sean Pauly at the far wing. Going to bring it back over to Ishmael at the top of the high post. Back over to Gavin, put it up for 3. No good. Ishmael with the rebound. Going to throw it over to Sean at the high post. Over to Lewis at the low post. Put it up for 2. No good. Lewis with the rebound. Put it up again. No good. And there's a call on the court.
Call will be on lacrosse. Number 11, Tristan Nelson.
Lewis McVeigh will have the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Cougars. His first shot is up, and it is good for a Cougar point. Lewis will have one more opportunity for another point for the Cougars. Shot is up, and it is good for a Cougar point.
Leopards now with the ball. Number 10 has it, bringing it down the farther side of the court. Now over to 11 at the top of the key. He'll go into the lane, fight for the ball. 0 will end up with it, the far wing. He'll try to put up for 3, no good. Leopards get it again. 11 has it, tries to put up for 2, no good.
Kelson Juno with the rebound. He's going to bring it back to the Cougars side with some speed. Going to throw it over to Ishmael Cortez and goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Leopards.
31 for the Leopards will have it at the baseline. He brings it in to number 10, dribbling it down the center of the court. He'll bring it to the top of the key, over to 11 at the far corner. Over to 22 at the midcourt line. Over to 10, intended for 10, but it goes clear over his head and out of the court. I'll give Cougars the ball.
Number 24, Lewis McVeigh will be throwing the ball in. Ball is thrown into Gavin Alloway, making his way down to the Cougars side. Bringing it to the high post. Ball hits his feet and goes out of bounds. But it will remain with the Cougars. Sean Pauly will be throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Ball is in over to Kelson. Back over to number 4, Sean. Now over to 45. Ishmael put it up for 2. No good.
Fight for the ball. I believe that'll be a travel on the cross. I'll give the Cougars back the ball at the baseline.
Sean Pauly will be throwing the ball back in for the Cougars. Throw.
0 will get it for lacrosse. He'll bring it down the court. Over to 10. He'll bring it to the court side of the court. Now at the top of the key. Over to 0 at the far wing. He's dribbling around. Finds 31 at the high post. He tries to put it up to the low post, but it's stolen by the Cougars.
Kelson Juno with the ball now. 1 minute on the clock. He's going to make his way back down to the Cougars side. Handed off to Sean at the far wing. Going to bring it over to Lewis. Ball is stolen. And it's stolen back by Gavin Alloway, making his way. Going to throw it over to Kelson Juno at the far wing. Going to now hand off to Sean at the high post. Puts it up for 2. Shot is no good.
Lacrosse now with the ball. Number 11 brings it down the court. He'll go up to the low high post, my bad. Brings it out to 10 at the close wing, my bad. Just put up for 3, no good. Cougars get the rebound.
Kelson bringing the ball back to the Cougars side. Going to throw it over to Gavin Alloway. Going to bring it back over. Oh. Jump ball is called against the Leopards, and it will remain with the Cougars. 2 minutes, or 23 seconds on the clock. Sean will be throwing the ball in over to Kelson. Back over to Gavin now at the back to Kelson at the close corner. Throwing it in over. Ball intended for Ishmael, but number 31 throws it out of bounds. Sean Pauly throwing the ball in over to Kell.
Stolen by number 11 for the Leopards. Now over to 30. He tries to put it in. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. 10 now has it. He goes to the low post, tries to put up for 2, and it's in.
Yeah, Gavin turned over to Kelson. 2 seconds on the clock. Throws over to Lewis. Ball is up and no good. Score is Cougars 26, Leopards 23. Both teams return to the court and get ready to play for the final quarter of the game.
Number 30 for your Leopards. We'll have it at the far sideline. Over to 10. They'll bring it down to the top of the key. Now over to 40 at the far corner. He tries to toss it into, I believe, 31 at the high post. There's a struggle for the ball, and a jump ball is called.
Number 24, Lewis McVeigh will be throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Throwing it into Kelson Juno. They're going to make their way back down to the Cougars' side. Kelson's going to throw it over to Gavin Alloway, but it's knocked out of bounds against the Leopards, and it will remain with the Cougars. Gavin Alloway throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Throws it over to Kelson.
Leopards steal the ball from the Cougars. Number 10 will end up with it. Now over to 11 at the close wing. He passes it back out to 11 at the far wing. Now over to 10, I believe. Now back over to 11. He tries to put up for 2. No good. Ball is rebounded by Lacrosse. They tried to do it again. A little bit of a trip up. I believe 30 will get it for 2.
Lewis McVeigh throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Throws it over to Kelson Juno, making their way down to the Cougars' side on the far end. Kelson's going to make his way to the top of the key. Going to throw it back over to Sean at the far wing. And off to Lewis at the high post. Now over to Gavin, put it up for 3. Barely missing. Sean with the rebound. Going to hand off to Ishmael, put it up for 2. Shot is good.
Leopards now with the ball. Number 10 will bring it down the court. Over to the top of the key. Over to, I believe, 40 at the far wing. He tries to put up for 3. No good. Cougars now with the rebound.
Gavin throws it over to Kelson, making their way down to the Cougars' side. Kelson's going to throw it all the way.
And Leopards steal the ball. Tries to do a layup. I believe 30. He tries to put up for 2. And a whistle will be blown on the Cougars. Number 30 for your Leopards will be putting up a couple 3 throws. Brandon Grumbine, my bad. He tries to put up his first 3 throw, but it's around the rim and out, so there'll be no points for the Leopards.
Gavin thrown it over to Kelson, now over to Ishmael. Ball goes back to the Leopards.
Ball goes flying around. Here's trying to swat at the ball a couple times, but he goes out of the court. Leopards now with the ball at the sideline. 31 will toss it into 10. He'll bring it down the court. He ends up the top of the key. Now over to 11 at the close wing. Over to 31. He tries to put it up for 2. Be no good. So it's blowing. It'll be on the Cougars. And 31 will get it. The ball at the free throw line. It'll be Tristan Skillett. Tristan puts up his first 3 throw. It's off the back of the rim and no good. Tristan's second ball is up. Off the back of the rim again.
Sean Pauly with the ball now. He's going to get it over to Lewis. Now back over to Kelson. They're going to make their way down to the Cougar side. Going to throw it back over to Seth Richardson. Now to Sean. Back to Seth. Now over to Kelson. At the top of the key. Going to hand it off to Gavin at the close wing. Now over to Lewis at the close corner. Going in. Going
to try to pass it out, but the Leopards will steal it. A little bit of miscommunication, but the Leopards end up with the ball. Number 10 has it now, bringing it down to the farther side of the court. He'll bring it up to the far wing, over to 40 at the far corner. Ball is tipped.
Over with Seth Richardson now, and ball is knocked out of bounds against the against the Leopards. Full timeout is called on the Cougars. I think, never mind. Check that. Check that again. There will be a full timeout. Cougars call. Both teams return to the court and get ready to play for the remainder of 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Seth Richardson throws it in. Back and they're handing off to Gavin at the close corner. Ball is knocked out of bounds against the Leopards. And it will remain with the Cougars. Seth Richardson throwing the ball in. Going to throw it over to Gavin.
Fight for the ball.
Sean having the ball now. Going to go to the high post. Hand it off to Gavin. Going in for three from the top of the key. Just barely missing the basket. Turnover to the Leopards.
34 for your Leopards will have the ball at the baseline. They'll pass it in to number 10. 10 brings it down the court, down to the top of the key, over to the 30 at the far corner. Now over to, back over to 30, over to 34. Back out to 30 at the far wing, over to 11, now at the close wing. Over to 34 at the high post, over to 10 at the close wing. He puts it up for three, and it's good.
Kelson Juno with the ball now, going to get it over to Gavin Alloway, making their way down to the Cougar side. Going to now throw it over to Seth Richardson at the close corner. Seth's going to try to find his options. Throw it over to Gavin at the low post. Going to try to get, then goes over to Sean, also at the low post. Throwing it back out to Kelson at the far wing, going in for three, no good.
11 now for the Leopards having the ball, passing it clear down to the 30 at the low post. He puts it up for two, no good. Tipping off of the ball, and Cougars end up with it.
Lewis getting the ball. He's going to run it down. Ball is knocked out of bounds against the Leopards, and it will remain with the Cougars. Seth Richardson, number 10 for the Cougars, will be throwing the ball in. Throws it in over to Lewis, but there is a call. Turn over to the Leopards, crossing the borderline.
34 for your Leopards will have it at the baseline. He tosses it into number 10. He'll bring it down the court, down to the center. Over to the far wing, passes it over. Ball is stolen a couple times. Fight for the ball, and it's out of the court. I believe Cougars will get the ball at the baseline.
Lewis McVeigh throws it in over to Gavin Alloway, making their way down to the Cougars side. Gavin's going to bring it over to Sean Pauley at the close corner. Going into the low post. Hand it off to Lewis.
And Leopards steal the ball. Number 11 bringing it down the court. Tries to go up to the low post. Puts it up for a layup. No good. Ball is rebounded a couple times, and it's in.
Lewis McVeigh gives it over to Kelson, making their way down to the Cougars side. Kelson's located near the high post, or top of the key. Going to hand it off to Aiden George, number 42. Back.
Stolen by number 10 for the Lacrosse. He tries to put up for two, and it's good.
Aiden George throwing it in over to Kelson Juno, making their way down to the Cougars side. Going to throw it over to Gavin Alloway. Back to Kelson. Over to Lewis at the high post.
Fight for the ball. Otis ends up with it.
Over to Aiden. He throws over to Sean at the low post. Back to Lewis. Going to put it up. Back to Sean. Sean's going in. Going to throw it over to Lewis. Back out to Gavin at the far corner. Going in for three. Shot is barely good. Out of bounds against the Cougars.
Leopards will get the ball at the sideline. 34 has it. He'll toss it over to 10. 10 bringing the ball down the court. Bringing it to the top of the key. Now over to 34 at the close wing. Over to 11. He tries to go to the low post. Ball goes out of his hands. And the ball will remain with the Crosse. 34 with it now at the baseline. Now to 10 at the far wing. He tries to put it up for three. No good. Cougars now with the ball.
Lewis gives it over to Kelson, making their way down to the Cougars side. 2 minutes and 35 seconds on the clock. Sean has it now at the low post, putting it up for two. No good.
11 for the Lacrosse, now bringing it down the court. He'll end up at the post wing. Looks around, finds 10 at the midcourt line. He's dribbling around, getting some pressure from the Cougar defense. Now over to the close wing. Now over to 11 at the low post. He tries to put up for 2. No good. Out to 34 at the far wing. He tries to put it up for 3, and it's no good. I believe a timeout is called. It'll be on the Cougars with 2 minutes and 4 seconds left in the match. Their score will be Cougars 28, Lacrosse 34. Good evening. Three, 2, 1.
Lewis McVeigh throwing the ball over to Gavin, now over to Kelson, making their way down to the Cougars side. 2 minutes on the clock. Kelson's going to bring it in. Over to Aiden George at the close wing. Jump ball is called. Turn over to the Cougars. No, not to the Cougars, to the Leopards, my bad.
34 for your Leopards. We'll have it at the baseline. They'll toss it into number 10. Bring it down the court now. They'll end up at the midcourt line before passing over to 34 at the close wing. Now over to 30 at the far wing. Over to 31 at the low post. Now to 10. Over to 34 at the close wing. Back around to 31 at the low post. He tries to put it up for 2. No good. Cougars get the ball. Cougars now with the ball. 24 has it. Lewis McVeigh.
Kelson with the ball now. He's going to bring it back down to the Cougars side. Going to throw over Sean. Now over to Lewis at the low post. Put up for 2.
No good. Cougars will get the ball. Now Cougars, Leopards will get the ball. I believe a timeout will be called by Lacrosse. Whistle will be blowing. Number 23 for the Cougars will get a foul called on him.
That'll be Gavin Alloway was caught blocking.
34 for your Leopards will be putting up his first free throw. It's off the back of the rim and no good. Leopards fight for the ball. And a travel will be called on the Leopards. That'll give the Cougars the ball at the baseline.
Lewis McVeigh throwing it over to Kelson. Juno making their way back down to the Cougars side with some speed. Going to hand it off to Seth Richardson at the top of the key. Seth's going to throw it over to Kelson. Going into the close wing. Low post, put it up for 2. Shot is no good.
Timeout will be called on Lacrosse. I'll give 55 seconds remaining in the game. Cougars 28, Lacrosse 34.
30-second timeout is called.
Leopards now with the ball. Number 10 has it, bringing it down the court. Over to 11 at the midcourt line. Almost stolen by the Cougars, but he brings it up and over to 30 at the midcourt line. 30 now taking it to the top of the key. Whistle is blown. The number 23 for the Cougars with the foul.
Gavin Alloway.
Number 30 for your Leopards will be up, Braden Grumbine. He puts up his first free throw, and it's no good. Fight for the ball, and Cougars will end up with it.
Kelson Juno with the ball now. Ooh.
That'll be a technical. Will be on number 34 for the Leopards. Masumi Laurai.
Kelson Juno will have a chance for a point or two for the Cougars, where no one is around him to stop him. First shot is up. First shot is no good. Kelson has one more opportunity for another point for the Cougar team. Second shot is up and is no good.
Cougars, and I'll get the ball at the sideline.
Lewis McVeigh will be throwing the ball in. Over to Gavin Alloway, going to the low post, put it up for two. Shot is no good.
Fight for the ball.
Ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars. Turnover to the Leopards.
31 for your Leopards will have the ball at the baseline. Into number 10. He'll bring it down the court. 30 seconds now left on the clock. He'll rush down to the midcourt line now. Over to 11 at the closer wing. Cougars now fighting for the ball. Over to 10. Now over to 11. Now over to 30. He goes to the far wing. Now over to... A whistle is blown. Believe that'll be on the Cougars.
Number 10, Seth Richardson was caught slashing.
I'll give number 30 for the Leopards, Braden Grumbine. For his first free throw, he puts it up. It's no good. Cougars now with the ball.
Kelson Juno with the ball now, running down with some lightning speed. Gonna hand the ball off to Gavin Alloway. Gonna throw it. Gavin puts it up for three. Shot is no good.
Ball goes over the backboard, and with 1.3 seconds left of the game, Leopards will get the ball at the baseline. And that will be the end of the game. Cougars will end up with 28. Leopards 34 for the Leopards JV game.
Lady Leopards and our own Otis-Bison Cougars. The Kansas State High School Activities Association and the Otis-Bison High School appreciates your support in our interscholastic activities and its principal objective. You are reminded that this is an educational event and the practice of good sportsmanship is encouraged by all. Please stand and honor the American flag with the playing of our national anthem.
Well, that's going good. Get on your phone. Here. Yeah. Here, just hold my phone to it. Face the mic this way.
Now let's meet tonight's star. For the Leopards, number 2, Holly Showalter. Number 1, Hope Lumpkin. For the Leopards, number 3, Elizabeth Showalter. For the Cougars, number 2, Zoe Schwint. For the Leopards, number 20, Avery Harris. For your Cougars, number 14, Macy Wilsey. For the Leopards, number 25, McKaylee Day. For the Cougars, number 24, Abigail Rodriguez. For your Leopards, number 33, Madison Morgan. And for the Cougars, number 43, Marissa Weaver. The Lady Leopards are coached by Jamie Castillo and assisted by Lori Dickerson. The Lady Cougars are coached by James Hunter and assisted by Stan Amy.
Ball is tipped off for your Cougars. Has the Cougars apparently. Abigail Rodriguez now at the top of the key. Now over to Macy Wiltsey at the close wing. She brings it up to the top of the key. Now over to Marissa at the far wing. Over to number 2 at the low swing. At the low post, she puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Number 2 with the ball. Molly Showalter running over to the other side. Going to throw it over to number 25, Michaela Day. She puts it up. Or number 33, Madison Morgan puts it up. No good. But number 2, Molly with the ball. She's going to throw it back out to number 33, Madison at the far wing. Throwing it back over to number 3, Elizabeth. She's going to traveling is called on Elizabeth. Turn over to the Cougars.
Abigail will get the ball at the baseline. Throwing it into Zoe. Back over to Abigail. Now draining it down to the center of the court. Now over to the far wing. Down to the far corner. Almost tipped off by Crosse. Abigail will remain hold with the ball. Now over to Zoe at the mid-court line. She'll bring it to the top of the key. Now at the high post. Out to Macy Wiltsey at the close wing. Up to the top of the key now with her. Over to Zoe at the low post. She puts it up for 2. It's up. No good. And a shove will be called on number 14 for the Cougars, Macy Wiltsey.
Number 3, Elizabeth Showalter will throw the ball into Molly Showalter, making their way down to the Cougar side. Or not Cougar, Leopard side, my bad. Ball is now thrown over to number 20, Avery Parrott. She's going to throw it back to Elizabeth. Now we're back to number 33, Madison. She's going to throw it all the way over to Avery. Tries to put it up for 2. No good.
Abigail Rodriguez now with the ball, bringing it down the farther side of the court. Now at the midcourt line. Over to Hope, but it's stolen by the Leopards.
Number 2, Molly with the ball now. She's going to make her way to the Leopard side. Going into the top of the key. Throwing it off to Elizabeth. Throwing it back over to Avery. Put it up for 3, and that's good.
Cougars now with the ball. Hope bringing it back over to Abigail. She brings it over to Macy Wiltsey at the close wing. Ball is put out of her hands and rolls out of the court, and will remain with the Cougars. Macy now with the ball at the sideline. Into Abigail. Abigail draining the ball down the court. Now over to the top of the key. Over to Marissa at the far wing. Over to Macy at the far corner. She brings it up to the top of the key. Over to Abigail at the close corner, my bad. She tries to put it up for 3, no good. Macy with the rebound. She puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Number 3, Elizabeth is with the ball now. She's going to run it down, throwing it over to Madison. She's going to then try throwing it back out to Elizabeth.
Fight for the ball, but the Cougars will get it. Abigail now with the ball, bringing it down the court. She passes over to Hope, but it slips out of her fingers and out of the court. The Crosse Leopards now with the ball at the baseline.
Avery throws the ball in to number 3, Elizabeth, making her way down to the Leopard side. Going in, throwing it back to Avery at the close wing. Avery's going to throw it over to Michaela.
Fight for the ball. Cougars get it. Abigail now with the ball. She brings it down the center of the court. And she will get a travel called on her.
Number 33, Madison, throws the ball into number 3, Elizabeth, bringing them all the way over to Avery at the far corner. Avery's going to try to find her options.
She's met by a pack of Cougars and almost gets the ball taken away.
Throwing it over to Madison Morgan. Now back over to number 3, Elizabeth. Throwing it over to Michaela. Put it up for 2. No good.
Cougars now with the ball. Cougars chuck the ball clear down to Hope down at the far wing. She's almost getting the ball taken away from her, but the Cougars get it out of there. Zoe now with the ball at the top of the key. Looking around, goes down to the far wing. Almost tipped off. The ball's almost tipped off and away from her.
Number 33, Madison Morgan with the ball. She's going to throw it over to number 2, Molly. Going to bring it over to the back to Michaela. Over to Avery now. Put it up for 2. No good.
Cougars now with the ball. Hope has it. Bring it down the farther side of the court. She goes down to the low post. Puts it up for 2. It's off the back of the rim and no good. Fight for the ball.
Avery with the ball now. She's going to hand the ball off to Elizabeth Showalter, bringing it back down to the Leopard side with some speed. Throwing it off to Madison, put it up for 2, no good.
24, Abigail Rodriguez now with the ball, bringing it down the court. She's now at the midcourt line. Trying to find some options. Goes down and gives it to Marissa at the far corner. Up to Macy at the top of the key now. She brings it into Zoe at the low post. She tries to put up for two. No good. That'll be a push on Zoe, I believe. That'll give Lacrosse the ball at the baseline. Number 3 has it.
Number 3, Elizabeth Showalter will throw the ball in to number 11, Clara Thielenhaus. Thielenhaus making her way down to the Leopard side. Going to throw it over to Madison. Madison's going to make her way, and the ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars, and it will remain with the Leopards. Elizabeth throwing the ball in over to Avery at the top of the key. She's going to throw it back over to Elizabeth at the low post. Then ball is stolen.
Fight for the ball, but Lacrosse ends up with it.
Elizabeth with the ball now, throwing it over to Avery. Back out to number 11, Clara. Going to throw it over to Madison, put it up for two. No good. Avery, Clara with the rebound. She's going to throw it back out to Madison. Over to Kayla. Back to Clara. At the low post, throwing it in.
Cougars steal the ball from the Leopards, and Abigail with the ball now. That'll be a timeout called by the Cougars. Your score for the first quarter of the game with 2 minutes and 36 seconds, left in the first quarter is 4 Cougars, 3 Leopards. Used. Cougars now with the ball. Abigail has it, bringing it down the court. She'll bring it to the far wing. Out to Marissa. Over to Macy at the far corner. Now to Zoe at the far wing. She tries to pass it into Macy at the low post, but it goes out of the court. And that'll be Lacrosse's ball.
Number 3, Elizabeth, throwing the ball in to number 11, Clara Thielenhaus. Going to bring it over to the Leopard side. Back over to Elizabeth at the far wing. Going to run it in over to Madison, also at the far wing. Going to throw it to Michaela at the high post. Bring it over to Clara at the far corner, or close corner, my bad. Ball goes out of bounds against the Leopards and turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail has it, bringing it down the court. She'll bring it to the farther side of the court, going down to the far wing. Now over to the low post, trying to put up for two. Out to number 2 at the far wing. Now back over to 21 at the low post, trying to put up for two. And that'll be a call on the Cougars.
Call against Ella Showalter. She was caught hitting.
Cougars fight for the ball and end up with it. Hope now with it at the top of the key. Run for the ball now. Abigail will pick it up, going down to the farther side of the court. Bringing it down to the low post. Bringing it back out to Macy at the far corner. Now to Abigail at the far wing. Over to 2 at Zoe Schwint at the low post. Out to Abigail at the top of the key. Out to Macy at the far wing. Tries to pass it into number 21 for the Cougars. And the ball is taken away from the Cougars, and then there's a whistle blown on the field.
Calls against number 21, Leela Kenyon. She was caught pushing. Madison Morgan throwing the ball into Elizabeth, Clara. Back over to Madison, throwing it over to Avery at the top of the key. Going to throw it back over to Madison, going into mid-post section, put it up for two, no good. Struggle for the ball. And it will remain with the Cougars. Not Cougars, but with the Leopards.
Turn over to the Cougars. Abigail Rodriguez has the ball at the baseline. Oh, they swap it out for lacrosse. Never mind.
Number 13, Ella, throws the ball in over to Madison. Back over to Ella. She's going to bring it over to Avery at the top of the key. Going to throw it back out to Clara. Back to Madison at the top of the key. Now over to the high post where Michaela is. Going to bring it back over to Clara. Back out to Avery. Over to Ella. Back out to Madison. Ball was intended for Ella, but Macy takes the ball and accidentally goes out of bounds. Number 13, Ella Showalter throwing the ball in all the way out to number 11, Clara. Going to throw it back out to Avery at top of the key. Now over to Ella again. She's going to put it up for three, and shot is good.
And that'll give the Cougars the ball. Abigail now with the ball, bringing it over to Macy. Almost taken away by number 20 from the Leopards. But it rolls out of the court. That'll give Macy the ball at the sideline. It's thrown into Abigail now. Dribbling it down the court, now at the midcourt line. Now over to number 1, Hope. She brings it into Leela Kenyon at the low post. Now to Abigail at the close corner. She'll bring it out to the top of the key. Now over to the far wing. Out to Hope at the far wing. Over to Abigail at the close corner. At the close far corner, my bad. She tries to put up for three, no good. 3 seconds left in the first quarter. And Abigail tries to go the rebound, but it's no good. And that's the buzzer. At the end of the first quarter, your Cougars will be at 4, Leopards 6. Cougars will get the ball. Destiny throws it into number 1, Hope. Back over to Destiny. Now over to Macy Wiltsey at the close wing. She'll dribble it around. Goes to the top of the key. Over to Zoe now. She'll go in. Over to the far wing. Over to Hope at the close corner. Over to the close wing. Tries to pass it into Destiny at the high post. Not high post. The top of the key. But it is knocked out of her hands and goes out of the court.
Elizabeth throws the ball over to Molly. Back to Elizabeth, making her way down to the Leopards side. Going to bring it in. Going to throw it over to Avery. Going to throw it back out of bounds on accident. Turn over to the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball. Destiny bringing it down the court, down to the top of the key. Now over to Macy at the close wing. Now over to Leela at the low post. She tries to put up for two. No good.
Number 3, Elizabeth Showalter running the ball back down to the other side. Going to throw it over to Avery. Going to throw it back over to Molly. Now back over to Ella. Going back to over to Molly. Trying to put it up for two. No good. Call on the court. hitting. Number 2, Zoe Schrinton was caught hitting for the Cougars. Number 25, Michaela Day will have the opportunity for a point or two for the Leopards team. First shot is up. No good. She'll have one more opportunity for another point for the Leopards. Second shot is up. No good.
No whistle is blown. I believe it'll be number 14 for the Cougars. That will be on Macy Wiltsey.
Number 3, Elizabeth Showalter throwing the ball in for the Leopards. Throwing over to Avery Parrott, back over to Molly, now over to Ella, put it up for 3, no good.
Fight for the ball, but it goes out of the court. That'll give Cougars the ball to the sideline. Macy throwing it in. Now over to Destiny. She brings it down the court. She'll end up at the far wing. Now over, trying to get it over to Leela, but the Leopards pick it off.
Ella throwing the ball over to Elizabeth, throwing it back now over to Avery, putting it up for 3 from the close corner, no good. Elizabeth with the rebound, trying to put it up for 2, no good. Rebounds it again, throwing it back out to Avery. Down to Ella, now we're over to Molly, putting it up for 2. Or for 3, my bad, no good.
Destiny picking the ball off, going down the court. Tries to give it to Marissa, and it's picked off by the Leopards.
Molly gets it over to Elizabeth, running it back down over to Avery now. Going to throw it back off to number 22, Megan. Tries to put it up, no good.
Passing it now over to Destiny. Intended for Hope, but Hope wasn't looking for it. And it rolls out of the court. Leopards ball.
Number 2, Molly throws the ball in over to Elizabeth again, going back down to the Leopard side, throwing it back over to Molly. Going to the high post, ball is knocked out of her hand, but it goes over to Madison. Trying to put it up, no good. And there's a call on the court. Number 24 for the Cougars was caught pushing. Call is against Abigail Rodriguez. Number 33, Madison Morgan puts up her first shot, and and it is good. She'll have one more opportunity for another point for the Leopards. Second shot is up, and it's good.
Crosse puts in some subs, and I'll place the Cougars at the baseline. Just throwing the ball. Abigail now has it. Dribbling it down the center of the court. Coming down over to Marissa now at the far wing. Pushing it over to Leela at the close wing. She brings it to the top of the key. Now over to the far wing. Tries to get over to Macy. Now over to Abigail at the low post. She's trying to put it up for 2. Doesn't look like she'll be able to put it up with the lacrosse defense. Now over to number 21, Leela. She goes down to the low post. Back out to Marissa now. Over to Leela again at the low post. Back out to Marissa at the far corner. Now over to Destiny at the far wing. And a whistle's blown. Leopards ball.
Molly throws the ball over to Elizabeth, making her way down to Leopard's side. Elizabeth throwing the ball back over to Madison, putting it up at the low post, puts it up for 2, no good.
Abigail now with the ball, dribbling it down the court. Throwing it clear down to Macy. She tries to put it up for 2, and a whistle is blown on her. Lacrosse 33 will get caught with a shove. I'll place Destiny at the baseline to throw in the ball for the Cougars. She looks around, finds Macy at the low post, slips off her hand. And I believe another shove will be called by the Cougars.
Number 33, Madison Morgan throwing the ball in. Throwing it over to Molly, to Elizabeth, making her way down to the Leopards side. Throwing it back over to Molly now at the close wing. Going to throw it back out to Madison at the top of the key. Now back over to number 23, Alexa Rasier. Going to throw it over to number 2, Molly. Ball is knocked out of bounds by the Cougars, and it will remain with the Leopards. Elizabeth throwing the ball in over to Molly, put it up for 2, no good.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail now has it, bringing it down the court. She'll dribble into the far wing. Now over to Marissa. She'll bring it to the top of the key. Over to Leela once again at the close wing. She'll dribble it to the top of the key. Now over to number 2, Zoe at the far wing. She'll bring it down to the bottom, the far corner, my bad. The whistle's blowing. We'll be on lacrosse.
Number 3, Elizabeth Showalter was caught blocking.
Zoe now at the baseline with the Cougars ball. Now over to Leela at the low post. She puts it up for 2, no good. Tipped off by lacrosse.
Madison Morgan getting the ball, and she is running over, but she is stripped by Destiny Mitchell. Madison has the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Leopards. It'll be a 1-and-1 situation. Her shot is up, and it is good. So for an additional shot for the Leopards. Second shot is up, and that's good for another Leopard point.
Cougars now with the ball at the baseline. Zoe has it. Tossing it into Abigail. Abigail taking the ball down the court now. Bringing it over to the top of the key. Over to Destiny. Fight for the ball. And a jump ball is called.
Elizabeth throwing the ball back to Molly. Now back to Elizabeth, bringing it over to the Leopard side. Throwing over to number 23, Alexa. Going to throw it back now to Molly. Over to Madison. Putting it up for 3. No good. Little struggle for the ball there. Ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars, and it will remain with the Leopards. Ball is thrown in by Elizabeth and goes to the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail has it, bringing it down the farther side of the court. Almost stolen by the Leopards, but it is.
Over, Elizabeth steals it at the low post, puts it up for 2. Blocking is called on Abigail. Elizabeth has 2 shots for her team to get 2 points. First shot is up. It is no good. She'll have one more opportunity for another point. Second shot is up, and it is good.
Cougars now with the ball. Destiny has it at the baseline. She'll throw it into Abigail. Abigail now dragging it down to the farther side of the court. Now over to the top of the key. Over to Leela at the far corner. She throws it to the low post. And a foul is called on Leela Kenyon, giving Lacrosse the ball.
Number 33, Madison throws the ball over to Molly, bringing it to the Cougars, to the Leopard side. Keep making that mistake. Going back over to Madison at the top of the key. Going to throw it now over to Avery at the close wing, going to the top of the key. Going back over to Molly at the close corner, going up for 3, no good.
Cougars now with the ball. Destiny bringing it down to the low post. She tries to put up for two. Off the backboard and no good. Leopards now with the ball.
Alexa gets the rebound, throwing it over to number 2. Molly ball goes out of bounds. It goes into the crowd.
Nearly smacking looks like be a pretty expensive camera.
Number 20, Avery, going to throw the ball into Alexa. Going to put it up bringing it to the top of the key. Back out to Madison at the far wing. Going to bring it over to Avery at the close wing. Now over to Molly at the close. Back to Avery. Over to Madison at the far corner. Going in for 3. No good. Avery with the rebound. Low post. That's good.
That timeout is called. Both teams return to the court now. Cougars with the ball, bringing it down the court. Abigail Rodriguez, she'll bring it to the farther side, to the far wing. Struggle for the ball, but Marissa has it at the far corner. Now over to number 1, Hope Lumpkins. She'll bring it down to the far corner. Back out to Marissa at the far wing. She tries to pass it out, but the Leopards steal it.
Haley gets it and goes out of bounds against the Leopards. Turn over to the Cougars.
Cougars are now with the ball at the sideline. Passing it back in will be Abigail. She'll dribble it down the court. Walt loses her hand, struggle for it, but Zoe will pick it up. Now over to Hope at the far wing. Abigail now has it at the far wing. Dribbling around, trying to find someone. Now over to Destiny. She'll bring it in to the high post. Tries to go to the low post. Met by the lacrosse defense. And that'll be a jump ball. That'll give the ball to the Cougars at the baseline. Cougars getting it. Now with Abigail. She tries to put it up for 2, and no whistle's blown.
Calls against number 20, Avery Parrott. She was caught hitting.
Abigail getting ready for her first free throw. Her first one's up. It's off the front of the rim, and it's in. Abigail now with her second free throw. Second one's up. Off the back of the rim, no good. And the Crosse will pick it off.
Traveling is called on the court. Ball is thrown in by Elizabeth over to Clara, making her way down to the Leopard side. Back to Elizabeth, now over to Molly now at the far wing. Going to bring it over to Madison on top of the key. Back over to Elizabeth at the far wing. Elizabeth's going to bring it in. The ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars, and it will remain with the Leopards. Number 3, Elizabeth, throwing the ball back in. Over to McKaylee. Over back to Molly at the top of the key. Going in for 3, and it's good.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail bringing it down the court. She'll dribble it around to the far wing. Trying to go to the low post. Puts it up for two. Off the backboard, and it's in.
Ball is with Elizabeth. Back to Clara. She's going back to the Leopard side. Going to throw it over to Elizabeth at the top of the key. Going to throw it over to Madison at the close wing. Drains the shot. It's good for three.
Cougars back with the ball. Abigail now has it, bringing it to the top of the key. Now over to the far wing, trying to go to the low post. Destiny will get it at the far corner. Fight for the ball. Marissa now has it at the far wing. Now over to Zoe at the top of the key. She dribbles it down to the high post. Now over to Hope at the close wing, my bad. Now over to Zoe at the low post. She tries to put it up for two. No good. Rebounded by Zoe. Struggle for the ball.
Number 3, Elizabeth with the ball now. Going over to Clara Heelenhouse. Ball is knocked out of bounds by Destiny Mitchell. And the ball will remain with the Leopards. Elizabeth Showalter throwing the ball in. All the way out to number 11, Clara, going in for 3, and it's good.
Cougars back with the ball. 24 seconds left on the clock. Bringing it down the court. Abigail Rodriguez now at the mid-court line, my bad. She'll bring it down and over to the low post. Now over to number 1 for the Cougars at the close wing. She tries to put it up for 2, and that's no good. Bounces off the rim and out the back. Out to the back of the court.
Number 3, Elizabeth throwing the ball in over to number 11, Clara. Now back over to Madison. Going to throw it all the way over to Alexa. Back to Elizabeth going in for 3 at the low post, or for 2 at the low post. No good. Elizabeth's first shot is up, and it is no good. She has one more opportunity for another point for the Leopards. Second shot is up, and it is good for a Leopard point.
With that, that'll be the end of the first half. Your Otis-Bison Cougars will have 7. The Crosse Leopards, 23. Welcome back, everybody, to the second half of the Otis-Bison girls basketball game. Leopards will start off with the ball. I have lost my sheet successfully somehow.
33, Madison Morgan throwing the ball in to number 3, Elizabeth. Back over to Avery. Now back over to number. Ball is in the basket. It's good for 2.
Destiny now dribbling the ball down the court. Bringing it to the midcourt line. Now over to Hope at the far wing. Over to Macy at the close wing. Now over to Marissa at the top of the key. Over to number 2 for your Cougars at the low post. She puts it up for 2, and it's good. To Zoe Schwint up for her first free throw of the second half. Ball's up. Off the back of the rim, and it's good.
Number 2, Molly with the ball now, going back to the Cougar side. No, to the Leopard side. I keep messing that up for some reason. Ball's now with Elizabeth going down to the low post. Going to put it up for 2, and it's good.
Cougars now with the ball. Destiny bringing it down the court. She'll bring it to the far side, to the far wing. Now to Hope. Hope bringing it out. Now over to the top of the key. Looks around, finds Zoe. Over to Destiny at the close wing. Now over to Marissa at the top of the key. She'll bring it down to the far wing. Now over to Macy, but she does not get the ball in time, and it's out of the court. Leopards ball.
Avery throwing the ball into Elizabeth, going back down to the Leopard side. Going to bring it to the top of the key now. Going to then throw it across over to Avery at the far wing. Avery's going to bring it back around over to Molly, going to the top of the key. Throwing it back to Elizabeth at the close wing. Back down to number 25. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will remain with the Leopards. Number 3, Elizabeth's going to throw the ball in over to number 20. Throwing it back to Elizabeth, back to Molly. Going to bring it over to... nope.
I believe a double dribble will be called on Crosse. Cougars now with the ball. Destiny has it. Tries to pass it into Marissa, but it's tipped off by the Crosse Leopards. But Zoe picks it up, goes to the low post, puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Number 3, Elizabeth with the ball, running back down to the Cougars, to the Leopards side. Going into the low post, going to hand it off to Morgan, or Madison, my bad. Going to then throw it back over to Avery, the close wing. Going to throw it back into Madison, put it up for 2. And it is no good for 2. Number 3, Elizabeth going to throw the ball in. Goes to Avery. Avery going to throw it back out to Molly at the top of the key. Avery's going in, going to bring it back out to number 3, Elizabeth. Elizabeth puts it up for 2, no good.
Cougars now with the ball, passing over down to Destiny Doyle. Destiny Mitchell, my bad. She'll dribble the ball down to the low post. Tries to put up for 2, and it's no good. But a foul was called, I believe, on 20 for the Leopards. Check that.
Avery Parrott is the fouler.
Destiny puts up her first free throw. It's off the back of the rim, and no good. Destiny about putting up her second free throw. It's off the back again, and no good.
Elizabeth with the ball now. She's going to bring it back down to Leopard side. Throw it over to Madison. Back over to McKaylee. Put it up for 2. No good.
Cougars with the ball now. Macy Wiltsey has it. Dribbling it down the court. She'll go to the farther side of the court. And a ball rolls out to the court. That is not a basketball. And Cougars will have the ball. Now Destiny has it, bringing it down the court. She'll dribble down to the far wing. Now over to Zoe at the top of the key. Zoe dribbles it around, goes to the high post. Looks around, passes it in, tries to pass it in Macy Wiltsey, but Leopards pick it off.
Avery getting the ball now, going to bring it back down to Leopard side, thrown over to Elizabeth, back over to Molly now at the far wing. Going into the high post, throwing it back out to Avery at the close wing, putting it up for 3, no good. Number 2, Molly puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Cougars now with the ball. Destiny Mitchell bringing it down the farther side of the court. Now over to Hope at the close wing. She'll bring that to the top of the key. Now over to Marissa. Now over to Macy at the low post. She tries to put up for 2, no good.
Number 2, Molly with the ball now, running it back down. Going to throw it back out to number 2, Molly. Confusion there. Avery getting the ball now at the far corner, going back in, going over to number 33, Madison. Try putting it up for 2, no good.
Marissa now with the ball. Hope taking it now down to the farther side of the court. Now to the middle. She'll bring it to the top of the key. Now over to Destiny at the close wing. She'll bring it down to the low post. Lacrosse takes the ball out of her hand, but it rolls out of the court. Cougars look at the ball at the baseline. Zoe with the ball now. Ball is handed over to Zoe. She's looking around now for an open slot. Finds Destiny at the close corner. She puts it up for 3. Off the side of the rim and no good.
Number 3, Elizabeth Showalter with the ball now, going back down to Leopards territory. Going to throw it over to Madison now. Madison at the far corner, going to try to dribble the ball, try to bring the ball in, but goes out of bounds against the Cougars. Turn over to the ball will remain with the Leopards. Number 3, Elizabeth will throw the ball back in. Goes back out to number 11, Clara.
Ball is tipped off by number 2, Zoe Schwint. She'll bring it down to the low post. She tries to put up for 2, no good. Lacrosse bounces the ball off, I believe, somebody's foot. Turns out it'll be Lacrosse, so Cougars will get the ball. And I'll place Zoe at the baseline. Zoe's now looking around, trying to find somebody. Passes it into Macy Wiltsey at the low post. Tries to put up for 2. It's no good. Whistle's blown. Leopards number 20 will be caught, I believe, hacking.
Avery Parrott was caught hacking.
Macy puts up her first 3 throw. It's off the back of the rim and no good. Macy now getting ready for her second 3 throw. It's up. And it's through with just net.
Number 3, Elizabeth Showalter with the ball now. Going back down to Leopard side. Going to throw it over to Clara Thielenhouse. Or across over to Ella. Back out to Madison. Going to throw it to the low post where McKaylee is. Puts it up for 2 and it's good.
Hope now with the ball. Passing it over to number 24, Abigail. She brings it down the court. Tries to pass it to someone at the low post. Goes out of the court. Leopards now with the ball.
Number 11, Clara Thielenhouse going back down. Going to throw it over to Elizabeth. Going to the top of the key. Hand it off to Madison. Now back out to get the 2 points.
Abigail now bringing the ball down the court. She'll be at the midcourt line out to the close wing. They'll dribble it around. Looks for an option. Finds Leela at the low post. She puts it up for 2 and it's good.
Number 13, Ella throws the ball in over to Thielenhouse, going back down to the Leopard side. Number 33, Madison puts it up, and it's good. Or no good.
Leela now with the ball, stealing it from the Leopards, bringing it over to and passing it to Abigail. She dribbles it down to the low post, passing it out to Hope at the far wing. She puts it up for 3. Off the rim, no good. And it runs out of the court. Leopards now with the ball at the sideline.
number 11, or number 9, number 13, Claire, or Ella throwing the ball to number 11, Claire, going back down to Leopard territory. Throwing over to Elizabeth now, going to bring it to Clara. Going back out to Madison, over to McKaylee, back out to Madison, going to the low post, put it up for 2, no good. Foul on the court. Number 3, Elizabeth Showalter was caught pushing. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball at the baseline. Number 2 will have it, Zoe Schwind. Cougars sub in a couple of players, and so do Crosse. And the ball is now put into play. 24, Abigail Rodriguez dribbling the ball down the court. She'll bring it to the close wing. Now over to the top of the key. Over to Destiny Mitchell at the far wing. Now over to Leela Kenyon at the top of the key. Over to Abigail at the far wing. Over to Macy Wiltsey at the low post. She puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Madison throwing the ball over to Clara, bringing it back down to Leopard's side. Going to bring it over to Molly. Stolen by Macy.
Macy brings the ball down to the low post. She puts it up for 2, and it's good. Whistle's blown. That'll be a timeout on the Cougars. I believe that'll be a full timeout. One. Cougars and Leopards now returning to the field. The Crosse will have it at their baseline.
Number 2, Molly having the ball now. Going to bring it back down to the Leopard side. Hannah Patterson with the ball now. She's going to throw it across court over to Alexa. She's going to, at the far corner, going in for 2. No good. Number 25, Michaela with the rebound, putting up for 2, and it's good.
Cougars bringing the ball down the court. Passing now to Leela, now at the high post. Now over to Abigail at the close corner. She'll bring it over to Zoe. She will be at the close wing. She tries to go to the low post, struggling to get down there because of the Crosse defense. Ball is pushed back out to number 24, Abigail Rodriguez at the top of the key. She runs around a little bit, trying to get to that low post. Back out to Leela. Ball almost picked off by the Leopards. Ball is shuffled around a little bit. Destiny ends up with it. Now over to Leela at the far wing. Now over to Abigail at the far wing. Over to Zoe at the high post. Out to Destiny Mitchell at the far corner. She tries to put it up for 2. No good. Rebound. And there's a shove called. I believe that'll be Crosse, number 33.
Madison Morgan.
Macy puts up her first free throw. Off the back of the rim. Then onto the front one for a double dinger. No good. Macy puts up her second free throw, and it's in.
Number 2, Molly with the ball now, running it back down to the other side. Going to throw it over to Hannah Patterson. Going to then chuck it across court over to Alexa, number 23. That is the buzzer. Score is Cougars 20, Leopards 35.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail bringing it down the court. She'll bring it to the close wing, my bad. Now over to Macy at the close wing. She's looking around, trying to find some options. Goes over to the top of the key. Now over to Leela at the midcourt line. Over to Zoe at the low post. Stolen by the Lacrosse Leopards.
Number 23, Alexa throwing the ball back on to number 2. Molly's going to bring it back down to Leopard territory. Going to bring it over to Hannah Patterson at the far corner. Going to throw it to the Cougars.
Cougars get the ball from the Leopards. 24 has it now. Abigail Rodriguez. She brings it down the center of the court. Now it's a top of the key. Now over to the high post. Over to Leela. Now over to Macy. She tries to go into the lane, but it gets tipped off from her and out of the court. Crosse now with the ball.
For 14, Hannah Patterson throws the ball over to number 2. Bring it back down to Leopard side, near the top of the key. Going to throw the ball over to number 14, Hannah Patterson. Ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars. Number 14, Hannah Patterson throws the ball over to number 20. And then throwing the ball back out to number 23. Then throwing it back over to Avery. Back out to Molly. Over to Hannah. Back to Avery puts the ball up. Throwing it back out to Molly. Going to throw it over to Alexa. Back to Avery. Over to Alexa once again. McKaylee gets it. Puts it. Stop.
Ball is picked off by the Cougars. Abigail now dribbling the ball, now at the midcourt line. Brings it around, goes to the high post. Over to Leela, now over to Destiny at the top of the key. She puts it up for, I believe, 3, no good. And it bounces on top of the backboard. Turning the ball over to the Leopards.
Hannah throwing the ball in over to Molly, bringing it back down to the Cougars, to the Leopards side. Bringing it back to over to number 23, Alexa. Ball on the court. Pushing against the Cougars. Molly throws the ball over to Avery. Back to Molly. Going to chuck it cross court over to Hannah. Going to bring it back up.
Cougars steal the ball. Abigail now with it, dribbling it down the court. She brings it over to the top of the key. Now over to Destiny Mitchell. She dribbles it down the lane. Puts it up for 2. No good. And Lacrosse gets the rebound.
Number 2, Molly with the ball, bringing it back to the Leopard territory. Going to bring it and throw it over to Hannah. Back out. Hannah's going to throw it back out to Avery at top high post. Going to throw it over to Alexa going in for 3, and it's good.
And Cougars will get the ball. Cougars now with the ball. Now at the top of the post. Top of the key, my bad. Now over to Destiny Mitchell at the close wing. Ball is stolen by the Leopards.
Oh, number 23, Alexa with the ball. Throwing it to Avery at the high post. Going low post, and there was a call on the court. Number 24, Abigail Rodriguez was caught pushing. Number 20 will have Avery Parrott will have the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Leopards. First shot is up. No good. She'll have one more opportunity for another point. Avery going in for her second shot. Ball is up. No good.
Fight for the ball. And a push is called on Lacrosse, number 25.
McKaylee Day.
Here's now with the ball. Destiny Mitchell bringing it down to the center of the court. She'll bring it to the closer wing. Tries to pass it underneath number 2's legs for Lacrosse. Over to Hope, and she blocks it. rolls out of the court. And that'll be a call on the for the Cougars. Leopards now with the ball.
Molly throwing the ball into Elizabeth, bringing it back down to the Leopard territory. We're going to throw it out to Avery at the far corner. Going to throw it back out to Elizabeth. Now over to Molly. Back to Madison. Going to throw it across court to Avery at the low post. Put it up for 2. No good. Haley with the rebound. Trying to put it up for 2 as well, but no good. There is a call on the court, though. Number 21, Leela Kenyon, was caught hitting. Number 23, Alexa Rasier, will have the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Leopards. First shot is up. No good. She'll have one more opportunity for another point for the Leopards. 4 minutes and 39 seconds remaining in the final quarter of the game. Second shot is up. No good.
Cougars now with the ball. Number 21 has it. Now over to Destiny Mitchell. Destiny brings it down to the near wing. Now over to struggle for the ball. Fight for it. And it will be given to the Cougars. And a timeout by the Cougars. One. Cougars now with the ball at the sideline. Hope passes it in to Macy. Macy almost not getting the ball.
Number 20, Avery Parrott, was caught holding.
Macy will now have the ball at the sideline. And they change it over to some free throws. Macy Wilson will be up for some free throws. Macy's first ball is up. Off the rim, and it's in. Wilson puts up her second free throw. Off the back. Bounces the second time. No good. Fight for the ball, and Lacrosse gets it.
Avery Parrott with the ball now, making some quick movement. Going to throw it over to Molly. Back out to Elizabeth. Going down to the low post. Put it up for 2. No good.
Cougars now with the ball. Destiny has it, bringing it down the court. He'll end up at the close wing. Stolen by the Leopards.
Molly getting the ball now, running it down with some major speed at the low post. Put it up for 2, and it's good.
Cougars now with the ball. Destiny bringing it down once again. She'll go to the far wing this time. Back to the top of the key. Over to Leela at the high post. Jips off her fingers. Fight for the ball. And Leopards will get it.
Avery Parrott getting the ball, thrown over to Elizabeth. Going to bring it down to the Leopards side. Back out to Avery. Stumble on the court.
Be on number 21 for the Cougars. Be Leela Kenyon. I believe she will foul out.
Number 3, Elizabeth throws the ball over to Ella, trying to put it up for 2, but no good.
Jump ball is called. The ball will remain with the Leopards.
Ball's thrown back into Ella, gonna at the top of the key. Gonna throw it back out to Molly. Down to Elizabeth. Going to the close wing. Gonna throw it back out to number 25, Kaylee. At the low post, but ball goes out of bounds, and it will still remain with the Leopards. Elizabeth throwing the ball out to McKaylee at the high post. Going to hand it off to Elizabeth. Back out to Madison. Going to go in. Put it up for two. No good. McKaylee with the rebound. Going to throw it back out to number 3, Elizabeth. Now the Molly. Put it up for two from the close swing. No good.
Cougars with the ball. Macy trying to struggle, trying to find some people to pass the ball to, but she finds Destiny Mitchell. Drilling it down the court. She tries to pass it into number 43 for the Cougars, Marissa Reaver, but she is not ready for it, and it slips off her fingers and out of the court. Crosse calls in some subs. With 2 minutes and 50 seconds left in the first game. Otis-Bison doing the same.
Number 3, Elizabeth throwing the ball in to number 11, Clara, bringing it back down to the Leopard territory. Going to the far wing now, going to bring it back over to number 3, Elizabeth, going to the top of the key. Throwing it over to Clara at the close wing. Going in, bringing it back to Elizabeth, going at the far wing. Going to the far corner now. Going away to the low post, throwing it back out to Clara at the close corner. Going at low post, put it up for two, and it's good.
Cougars now with the ball. Destiny Mitchell has it. Now passing over to Abigail. She'll bring it down to the center of the court. Now to the top of the key. Over to the high post. Now over to Destiny at the close wing. Over to Zoe now at the low post. She puts it up for two, and it's good.
Number 3, Elizabeth with the ball now. Going to throw it over to number 11, Clara Tielenhouse. Going to throw now back out to number 13, Ella. Back to Elizabeth at the far wing. Going into the high post. Almost lost the ball, but she maintains it.
Fight for the ball, and the Cougars end up with it. Destiny Mitchell has it now, bringing it down to the Cougars' side of the court. She'll dribble it down to the low post. Tries to put it up for two, but the Leopards block her. Whistle's blown. That will be on lacrosse number 25.
McKaylee Day.
She'll be hacking. I'll put Destiny Mitchell up for some free throws. Destiny now with the ball. First three throws up, off the back of the rim, bounces a couple times. But it's no good. Destiny rebounds the ball, tries to put up for three, no good. Now back to Destiny, out. She tries it again, no good. Fight for the ball. And a jump ball, I believe, will be called. Cougars now with the ball at the baseline. Zoe has it. Zoe now with the ball. Cougars break out, looking for a way into the goal. They pass it out to number 24, Abigail. She tries to put up for three, no good. It's rebounded a couple times for two, no good. And a whistle's blown.
Number 13, Ella Showalter was caught holding.
Macy puts up her first free throw. Off the back of the rim, no good. Macy puts up her second free throw, no good. The ball goes out of the court, and it will remain with Cougars. Macy now at the baseline. Macy looking for some people, finds number 2 at the far corner. Whistle's blown.
Number 25, Kaylee Day was caught holding. Hacking.
Number 2, Zoe Schwind up for some three throws. First one's up, off the back of the rim, and it's in. Zoe now with her second three throw. It's up, and it's in.
Madison throwing the ball in over to Hannah Patterson. We're going to bring it over.
Shoots it clear out of the court.
Ball intended for Cadence Kendall. Flies overhead and out of bounds.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail Rodriguez bringing it down the center of the court. Now going over to the far wing. Now over to Macy at the low post. Tries to put it up for two. No good. Lacrosse with the ball. And that'll be a jump ball. Lacrosse will get the ball at the baseline.
Hannah Patterson going to throw the ball in over to. Ball was stolen a few times by both teams, but goes back to number 11, Clara Thompson, going back. Heelan my bad, going over to. Throwing it over to Hannah Dellett. Low post on the Leopard side.
Ball goes out of the court. Cougars get it. And Destiny Mitchell will have the ball, bringing it down to the court. Now going over to the low post. Tries to put up for two. Fight for the ball. Whistle's blown. Cougars will have the ball at the baseline. They pass it into Destiny. She tries to put up for two. No good. Lacrosse gets the ball.
Dellett getting it over to Cadence. Ball is stolen.
Abigail does for a layup. No good. Ball goes out of the court with 23 seconds left in the game. Cougars will have the ball at the baseline. Zoe now on the baseline looking for some people to throw the ball into. Tries to go to Destiny, but it goes over her head. Lacrosse steals the ball.
Hannah Patterson gets it, tries to put it up for two, but goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars.
Nope.
Never mind. Hannah Patterson will be throwing the ball back in. It is Leopard's ball. Going over to Clara Thielenhaus. Put it up for three. No good. Number 10, Cadence Kendall getting the ball.
Fight for the ball. A jump ball is called. Cougars now with the ball. Destiny has it. Now over to Abigail, bringing it down the court. 10 seconds left in the game. Dribbling it down now. Now at the close wing. Now over to Destiny at the top of the key. Going in to the lane. Tries to put up for two. No good. And Lacrosse will hold on to the ball and to run out the timer. And that is the end of the ball game. The end. Cougars will end up with 25. Leopards 42.
we have number 3, Caden Morgan. Next up for the Cougars, we have number 3, Riley Polly. Next up for the Leopards, we have number 5, Gage Bird. And for the Cougars, we have number 11, Easton Julo. Next up for the Leopards, we have number 23, Devin Braun. And for the Cougars, we have number 13, Lander Blackburn. For the Leopards, we have number 33, Hunter Merringer. Last up for the Cougars, we have number 15, Aiden Morris. Leopards are coached by Kyle Schmidt and assisted by Colin Schmidberger. And the Cougars are coached by Curtis Little and Philip Butler. Good luck to both teams. Tip-off is good, and we are switching over to our here soon. We have our other commentators for the night, Abby and Marissa Reaver. Back to the game, number 2. Leopards have the ball. You have number 2, number 4, Gage Burke, bringing the ball over.
Cougars get the ball. Number 3 has it now. Riley Polly, he dribbles it down the center of the court. We'll bring it over to intended for number 1 for the Cougars, but it's knocked out of the court by number 23 for the Leopards. Cougars have the ball at the sideline. Cougars now with the ball. Number 1 has it. Jake Gardner. He'll bring it down to the top of the key. Now back to the side, to the close wing. Now over to number 15, Hayden. He'll bring it over to 1 at the low post. Stolen by the Leopards.
Number 3, Caden Morgan running back over. He hands it off to number 2, Bryce Connor. Tries to put it up and no good. Number 2, Bryce Connor will have the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Leopards. First shot is up, and it is good for a Leopard point. Bryce's second shot is up, and it's good for another Leopard point.
Cougars now with the ball at the baseline. Number 11, Easton Juno has it, passing it into Riley Polly. He'll dribble it down to the farther side of the court. Now over to Lander. Stolen by the Leopards.
Number 3, Caden Morgan running back down. He's going to throw it over to number 33, Connor Berriger. Going to throw it now back over to number 3, Caden Morgan. Back to number 5, Gage Burke. Going to throw it back over to number 23, Devin Braun. Back to number 5, Burke. He's going to throw it back out, and there's a call on the court. 15, Hayden Morrison was caught pushing. Ball is thrown in to number 5, Gage Burke. He puts it up, and it's no good.
Fight for the ball. Cougars end up with it. Easton has it now. Over to Hayden. He dribbles it down to the top of the key. Now over to the high post. Out to Easton at the top of the key. Now over to 13, Lander Blackburn at the low post. He tries to grab the ball, but it gets out of his grasp and out of the court. Cougars will have the ball at the baseline. It's down there. Jake Gardner. They'll bring it in to Lander Blackburn. He tries to put it up for 2, no good. Lander gets the rebound, tries to put it up again, no good.
Number 3, Caden Morgan with the ball, running it down. Going to throw it over to number 23, Brian Braun, put it up for 2, and it's good.
Cougars now at the ball. Number 1 has it. Jake. He brings it down to the farther side of the court. He's now at the far wing. Crosse trips up a little bit. Tries to pass it in to Lander. He tries to put it up for 2, no good. Cougars will have the ball at the baseline. Jake has it. Jake's trying to find some options. Whistle's blown. And the ball is turned over to the Leopards. Leopards now bringing the ball down the court. Passing it around. Over to 3 at the far wing. Up to the top of the key now. Over to 23 at the close wing. Over to 33 at the top, at the high post, my bad. Now over to the close corner. 3 tries to put up for 3. Rebounded for 2. It's good.
Yep, number 15, Hayden Morrison bringing the ball down for the Cougars. Good pass into Easton, and that's good.
Thank you.
Riley Pauly taking the ball down for the Cougars. We'll go up and over. I'll call it travel, though.
We have number 2, Bryce Connor, bringing the ball down for Crosse. Over to Devin. Back up to number 5. Over number 2, Bryce Connor goes up. Oh, pass. That's good.
We'll have Jake with the ball down the court. We'll go up for the layup.
That foul was on number 3, I believe, Caden Morgan.
We'll have Jake shooting 2. First one is good. Second one's no good.
Gage Burke with the ball over to 2, Bryce Connor, Caden Morgan. Pass out to Gage Burke, goes in, pass, number 33. Okay, yeah. Gage Burke in the corner with the ball. Pass up to number 2, Bryce Connor, over to Devin. Back up to 5, Gage Burke. Bryce Connor at the corner with it up top with Caden Morgan with the ball now. They're just moving the ball. They're moving the ball really good. Number 33 goes up, no good. Number 5, Gage Burke goes up, and that's good for Lacrosse.
We'll have Riley Pauly bring down the ball. Go for the lob pass to Easton Juno. Back out in the corner, Jake Kupengarden for 3. It's no good.
Oh, that almost went in.
Yeah. We have Hayden. Fast break layup.
Paul got a charge. Go number 2, Bryce Connor, bringing the ball down. Over to 3, Caden Morgan. Down in the corner to Gage Burke. Into number 55, Logan Skillett. Goes up for 2 and gets fouled. And 1. Again, number 55, Logan Skillett, up to shoot free throws.
We have Hayden Morrison bringing the ball down. Kick it out to Jake Kupengarden will shoot the 3. It is no good.
Rebounded by number 5, Gage Burke. Number 2, Bryce Connor bringing the ball down over to 3, Caden Morgan into Logan. Back out to 50, Chet. Back into Logan. Cut in by number 5, Gage Burke goes up for 2, no good.
Hayden Morrison bringing the ball down for the Cougars. Easton on the right wing. Riley Pauly in the corner. He'll drive in, go for the 2. 2 is no good. So timeout on Cougars. Full timeout.
So Destiny Mitchell just did a few flips over there.
Oh,
That was
I wasn't
pretty
even
cool.
watching.
Yeah, I just saw her finish. I was taking a drink out of my tropical coach body armor.
I was taking a drink out of my strawberry banana body armor.
Oh yeah.
I actually didn't like them for a long time.
And then we started having them a lot for morning practice, huh?
Yeah. First I liked the fruit punch, and then I tried one of the strawberry banana ones warm, and it was really bad.
Oh yeah, no, don't drink it more.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, I'll try it cold. It was okay cold.
Yeah.
It was a lot better. Got Riley Pauly down in the corner. Jake Gardner up top. Ishin Juno inside to Lander, back outside to Jake. He'll get tipped. Have Easton drive in with it, lose it.
Number 3, Kaden Morgan with the lob to number 2, Bryce Connor to the pass. Number 50, Chet. No good. Number 2, Bryce Connor up top with the ball. Over to 5, Gage Burke in the 55, Logan Skiller. Logan Skiller going up again, no good. Back out, number 3, Kaden Morgan. Bryce Connor, no good.
Riley Pauly with the rebound. Bob Jake over here on the wing, back up top. A little bit of back and forth action.
Number 2, Bryce Connor going down the court. Over to 50, Chet. Down to number 5, Gage Burke. Bryce Connor again. In the corner, Chet. In number 55, Logan.
Riley Pauly, the steal. Bring it down the court. Go outside, Jake. Easton Juno outside. Long pass to Riley Pauly. Goes out of bounds. Current score is 3-16 Leopards. 42 seconds left in the first quarter.
Bryce Connor with the ball up top. Over to 50, Chet. In number 55, Logan. Back out to Bryce Connor for a 3. No good. Rebounded by the Cougars.
Bob Lander with the rebound. Jake Kupengarter bringing it down the court. Kelson up top with it. Back in the corner to Jake. Lob pass, no good.
Steal by number 5, Gage Burke. Over to Chet James. Up. Bryce Connor with 2.
Riley go in. Go up for the layups, no good. End of the first quarter, 3-18 with the Leopards in the lead.
So something that lacrosse has that we don't is definitely height.
Oh, yeah.
Height and hops.
100%.
So that's definitely going to get us a lot here.
Yeah, I'll say our tallest player is 6'3", Ishmael Cortez. We also got Logan, 6'2".
And they're both of them currently not in.
Yeah. I'm going to begin the second quarter. We'll have Jake Huber bring down the ball. Riley Polly on the wing for 3. It's no good.
Travel, Polly number 50. Okay.
The Cougar ball is out of bounds. Jake Huber. Got Jake on the wing. Riley Polly all the way down in the corner. Back over Jake. Jake goes for the 3, is no good. We'll have a tip to Lander and loses the ball. He's no good.
Number 2, Bryce Connor bringing it down. Over number 50, Chet. In number 33, Connor back out of 50 over to... Wow, a lot of ball movement here. Chet with the 3, no good.
That was a really good shot, though. It looked
that
really
was,
good.
Off that ball movement, that was really good, too.
Jake Hubengartner bringing it down the court. Go for the wing pass. Riley Polly inside to Easton with the 360 and up.
That was
It's good,
a
too.
Pass. Good pass, good shot. Number 2, Bryce Connor bringing it down. Over to Devin.
Have Riley pick that up. Up top, Jake over to Hayden. Shot fake and go in. Pass out to Riley. Back up top, Jake. Outside from Hayden, that's 3. And it is good. He can shoot. He's always been able to shoot.
This is a good shot.
Yeah.
Chet James with the ball over to Gage Burke. Up top, back to Chet. Back to Burke. Back to Chet. Devin. Chet looking in. Out to 2. Bryce Connor drives in. Gets called travel.
One thing I noticed is that since they're so much taller than us, they just hold it above their head.
Yeah.
Because we can't get to it.
And if we try to reach for it, they can just go around.
So we'll have a full timeout from the Cougars. Current score is 8-18. Leopards in the lead. Aiden Morrison bringing the ball down the court. Riley Polly. Corner to Jake Hoogengarner will take the three. No good.
Connor with the ball over to Chet. Back into Connor. Up for two. That's good.
Hayden Morrison bringing the ball back down the court. Long pass to Jake Hoogengarner. Exchange between Jake and Hayden. Jake up top. It will be tipped. Riley will receive it. Back up top, Jake.
This is pretty good ball movement.
Yeah,
Probably some of the best we've seen from the Cougars.
yeah.
Devin Braun up for a layup. No good. Rebounded by number 3, Caden Morgan. Goes up for it again, and that's good.
We have Jake up top with it. Screen from Lander. Outside corner. Hayden Morrison for three. No good.
Devin Brown.
I think it's Braun.
Chet up for three. That's good.
I remember him being able to shoot in middle school too. I would watch him during the basketball games. Like, I feel like most of them have been able to shoot. Riley with the jump shot for two is no good. Riley bringing it down the court. Have a timeout.
So, do you have any plans, Marissa, for Christmas break?
For Christmas break, I don't know yet. I think I'm just going to stay home and then go to my aunt's house.
That's not
Making cookies this weekend.
Oh,
What about you?
My brother's coming over with his family. We're gonna have Christmas
That's good.
there. Yeah.
I know we have Stuco Day.
Yeah.
That sounds fun.
Oh yeah.
That's Tuesday. Our last day before break, the 20th.
I already got my snacks for that day.
You already got them?
I got flaming hot popcorn.
We're doing Secret Santa for our class too.
Oh yeah, that's
Should be
true.
fun. Have Hayden up top with it. Dribble down to the corner. He'll lose it off his foot.
Hate
Go
when that
back.
happens. Number 2, Bryce Connor burning it down. Over to number 3, Katie Morgan. Back up to 5, Gage Burke. Over to 23, Devin Brown. Logan Skillet down low. Kicks it in to Burke. A little mix up.
A little bit. We got Hayden, ball up top. Jake Hoogengarner on the wing. Skip pass over to Riley. Quarter to Hayden. Hayden shoots the threes. Long.
Number 2, Bryce Connor with the ball. Over to 5, Burke. Down to Braun, into Skillet. Back out to Brown. Up for 2, no good. Rebounded. Up again by Logan Skillet, and that's good.
We have Jake. We have Hayden. Barely making it over the half-court line. Riley goes up for 2. Got to shoot free throws.
Riley Polly shooting free throws.
First free throw's good. Second free throw is no good. Didn't hit the rim, so they'll take it out of bounds. I must have done a lot of yelling during the game because I keep losing my voice.
Yeah.
Abby.
Lewis.
Timeout.
Tying a shoe.
Yep. It's always a shoe. Shoes stop games. Fun fact. If you're ever tired, just start tying your shoe. We used to do that during volleyball. We would untie our shoe and then we would point at it in a line to tell coach that we were out of order so that they didn't call it on us.
Skillet up for 2. It's good.
We'll have Riley bringing the ball down. Jake on the wing.
Oh.
Skip pass over to Riley. Tips it over to Hayden. Hayden drives in with it. Goes out of bounds.
These Rebs are aggressive with their calls.
Yeah, he looks bad. Earlier during our game, Leela elbowed some girl, and somebody else talked back. And Danica, we all know Danica, right? She was not having it. She gave us all a warning.
Oh.
Yeah.
Burke in the corner into Skillet. Goes up for 2. No good.
We'll have Lewis rebound that. Hayden Morrison brings it down. Low pass to Jake. Jake goes in. Landed up for 2. Just no good.
Rebounded by Burke. Attempts to dunk, and it's no good.
Not very often do I see high schoolers dunking.
Yeah.
I feel like it's not much a skill thing. It's more of a mental thing. Like, a lot of people don't want to do it.
Yeah.
Hayden Morrison over to Jake. Jake back up top. Loses it in the paint.
Tet with the steal and turnover.
Oh, yeah. Steal and turnover. Riley recovers it. Jake over in the corner. Drive in. Off Lewis's leg.
Connor with the pass to Morgan. No good.
Has some fighting for it. Call a hold. Be a white ball. Riley Pauly bringing the ball down the court for the Cougars. Love Easton on the wing. Jake Cooper got her up top. Riley drives in for the jump stop and misses.
Connor with the rebound. Payne Morgan coming down the court with it. Tries pass to Burke. No good. We have number 3, Katie Morgan, throwing it in. Throws in the number 3, Connor. Morgan with the 3. That's good.
Riley Polly up top. Pass over to Jake. Easton wide open in the post. Up Hayden drive in. Go for 2 is no good. Landed with the rebound. Goes up for 2. And it is good. We'll have a warning called.
What's his name? Bryce Connor. Kim Morgan with the top, with the ball up top. Over to 50, Chet. Corner to Burke. Back to Chet, into Connor. Into number 3, Kaden Morgan. Tries to go up to 2, no good, gets fouled. It's called on the floor. Another one on Hayden. It's 3.
Hayden has 3 fouls in the second quarter. 10 seconds left.
Looks like someone crossed the restraining line.
There was one time I was passing him the ball, and this girl was already in the restraining line. Like, she was like toe to toes with me, and they weren't calling it. Like, I was pointing at her feet, they just weren't calling it. Got Riley with the ball. 4 seconds left. Jake Cooper will have Hayden go for the dribble and up. It's too far. No good.
That was a good attempt.
That was. He was wide open too. He made good distance.
Yeah.
So that is the second half.
First half.
First half. Second quarter.
Getting ready for the second half.
Yep. Now ready
Yeah.
for second. Look, do you think I can catch one of these? What are the chances?
Ooh, Marissa.
It bounces off
It's
someone's
for the
hand.
other team.
So, I still catch one. You like that one? I could have got that one.
Yeah, you probably could have.
You should throw it straight up. I'll jump over everyone. So we got Bryce Connor bringing the ball down. Kane Morgan in the corner. Inside. Back out to Bryce Connor for 3. 3 is no good. Go for the rebounds, no good. Also, we got pizza. So Abby's like eating her pizza over here. I kind of almost finished mine. Here we go. We got Hayden Morrison bringing the ball down for the Cougars. Easton Juno on the wing. Got Riley. Trapped in the corner. He'll hit it off their foot. Lob inside to Easton Juno will go up. It's no good. Call a jump ball. I wish they give us that much time on a jump ball. I feel like they call ours right away. Abby agrees, by the way. Jake Gunner passing the ball in. Outside, Hayden. Go for the pass to Easton. It was no good. Number 5, Gage Burke passing the ball in. Bryce Connor bringing it down the court. Pass over to Devin Braun, number 23. Go over 2 and is stuffed by Lander. Jacob will bring the ball down. Pass it to the wing to the corner. Riley Pauly, ball fake, drive in. Devin Braun with a steal. He'll lay it in to Bryce Connor for 2. Good. We'll have Jake Cooper bring the ball down for the Cougars. Riley Pauly on the wing. Back in the corner. Lob into Easton will get stuffed. Hayden Morgan will go up for 2. He's good. Jake Coopengardner bring the ball down. Riley Pauly on the wing for 3. He's no good. Gage Burke with the rebound. Long pass to number 3, Caden Morgan.
Back.
Oh, we got Abby back.
It took a long time to eat that pizza.
Hayden Morrison with the steal. Dribble it off the foot.
We have number 2, Bryce Connor with the ball down number 3, Caden Morgan. Back up to Burke. Burke goes up and out to number 2, Bryce Connor, and that's good for 3.
Riley Pauly bringing the ball down for the Cougars. On the wing to Easton. Jacob Gunner in the corner.
Steal by Caden Morgan goes up. That's good.
Riley Pauly bringing it down the court. He'll go up for 2 and his block and get his own rebound. Fight to get it out of there. He'll call a push though.
Foul was called on number 23, Devin Braun.
Lander for 2 is good.
Connor bringing the ball down over to Braun. Into Connor. And 1.
Thirty-second time out for the Cougars.
Seats are uncomfortable.
I agree.
They put cushions on them.
When you sit here for so long, you realize.
Yeah.
We haven't even been here for that long.
Yeah.
Like, we got people like Chase and Preston who just sit here all day.
Yeah. The whole game, whole night.
It's a solid 3 hours, man. Probably more, 3 or 4 hours. I don't even know what time it is. Like 9 o'clock?
Yep. 8:56 p.m. Oh,
Dang.
I'm so glad it's Friday, though. I'm so glad to sleep in.
Yeah, I am so tired. And then I was sick yesterday, so I didn't make it any better.
Oh, yeah, there's been a lot of people sick.
Yeah. Like, we had Hope gone for a couple days this week. We had Jessica
Almost the
gone.
whole week.
Yeah. I didn't miss any practice, but I did go home sick yesterday.
Yeah, we had like 3 players that missed practice like
Yeah.
a lot this week because they're sick.
Jake Cuban Gardner. Over to Easton Juneau up top. Kelson Juneau in the corner. The dribble in for 2. No good.
Rebound by Connor.
I just realized that we could take all of the refs like calls and make a whole dance out of it. Because sometimes they do like a little skip. You gotta watch them to realize it, but once you start watching them, we could make a dance. Easton Juneau bringing the ball down for the Cougars. Pass it over to Jake in the corner, back to Easton. Easton for 3, and it is good. Easton playing way, that is something I thought I would never see.
He even brought the ball down.
He did. He was playing point and wing.
That corner is not a good idea. I learned that today too.
Yeah. No, we definitely learned that. We were not doing good in that corner. And then when we get it out of the corner, they pass it right back. It was kind of a mess. I think we got it more fixed by the 4th quarter, though.
Yeah.
Dana Blackburn in the corner. Skip pass to Jake Hugengarter. Riley Pauly on the wing. Bounce pass over to Jake. Hayden Morrison will dribble in and go for 2. It is no good.
Bryce Connor going in. Oh, skip pass to Caden Morgan up for 2, and it's good.
Jake Hugengarter up top. Riley Pauly on the wing. Drive in, jump stop over to Kelson Juneau. Tipped out of bounds.
Oh. That's 4 on Hayden Morrison.
In the 3rd quarter, 49-16.
Bryce Connor bringing the ball down. Passing it to number 5, Gage Burke. To Caden Morgan into Skillet. Up for 2, no good. Rebounded by Burke. Oh, just kidding.
Oh, just kidding. Jake dribble it down, go off the foot, out of bounds, be left the ball again.
Bryce Connor again bringing the ball down. Over to Burke. In the corner to Chet. Into Skillet. Up for 2. Up for 2 again. And that one's good.
Riley Pauly bringing the ball down the court. Jacob on the wing. He'll go back up top. Lander, Riley. Jump stop up for 2. It is no good. Hayden Morrison with a steal. Take it down. Corner to Riley. Major lob over Jake's no good.
Lob to Bryce Connor is good. It goes up for 2 and no good.
Riley Pauly with the rebound. Bring it back down the court. Hayden Morrison. Riley from the corner. Pass over to Jake, gets Tipped out. He left the ball. Timeout called.
I guess Marissa can say it.
Yep. I always say the timeouts.
Well, Marissa, maybe I want to say them sometimes too.
Okay, you can say the next one.
I'm just kidding. But I'll say it next time.
Yeah. I'm not going to say anything. If you don't say anything, Abby, it's going to be very awkward.
Okay. I'll try to remember to say it.
Okay. I'll like point at you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or I'll forget and then I'll say it.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna be mad at Marissa.
Yeah. But it's okay.
I could never be mad.
I know, I'm like perfect.
Yes, Marissa.
So the current score is 51-16. Leopards in the lead,
There's 2 minutes and 19 seconds left in the third quarter.
which is the first half of the second half.
It's not in the first half.
I didn't even realize this, but we have slits in our ceiling.
Yeah.
I did not know that until right now.
The only reason I know they're there is because I remember in 6th grade kickball, the ball would sometimes go through there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. We have Kaden Morgan bringing the ball down. Passes it over to number 23, Braun. Braun goes in. Chet, back to Morgan. Into Skillet, out to Braun for a 3. No good. Rebounded by Braun. Goes up for 2. No good. Up Chet. Goes up for 2. Gets fouled. First free throw barely goes in, but it goes in.
It does.
Second free throw is also good.
Pass to Kelson. Kelson goes up for 2. No good.
Kaden Morgan with the lob to Braun. No good. Picks it out to Chet. Skillet up to Morgan. Over in the corner to Braun for 3. No good. Rebounded by Chet. Back to Braun. In for... What is that? That's a new one.
I've never seen that one. I wonder if he pushed off. I've never seen that.
Yeah, I don't know. Number 33 goes up for 2 and it's good. That was a good look.
Hayden with the steal. He'll go back out. They'll dive for it. They'll stay white ball. Hayden Morrison bringing the ball down the court for the Cougars. They drive the baseline, kick it over to Easton. Go out of bounds.
Morgan bringing the ball. Down the corner to Chet. Out in the wing to Braun. Up for 3. No good. Rebound by number 3, Connor. Over to Chet. In the Skillet. Up for 2. No good. Connor going up. No good. Braun with the rebound. Kicking in the corner to Chet. Goes out of bounds.
Now be white ball. Riley probably bringing the ball down for the Cougars. Hayden drives in, goes for 2. 2 is no good.
Hayden Morgan with the ball. Passes it to Braun in the corner into Skillet. Down low up for 2. No. Oh, good. I meant good. It's good.
Riley Pauley brings the ball down. The end of the third quarter. Current score 16-57. Leopards in the lead.
So it's very cold outside.
It is.
Like it's like so cold it's uncomfortable. Like I usually don't mind walking outside to go to my other classes, but
Yeah.
I do mind now.
Yeah, like today I walked outside, I was like, yeah, no.
No, I literally ran to lunch and back because
Yeah.
it was too cold. I was like, no, I'm not walking in this.
I even had 2 jackets on, like,
Yeah, I had a
Cold.
coat on, a sweater, and a coat. It was a really warm sweater too. Coming out in the fourth quarter, it is Leopards ball. Bryce Connor with the ball over to Chet. Over to Burke. Now Morgan. Up top to Chet. In the corner to Burke. Burke over the other wing to Bryce Connor. Over to Morgan on the left wing, and that is good for 3.
we'll have Riley Pauley bring the ball down. Jake in the wing. We dribble it down, pass it loose in the corner. Back up to Jake, tipped out of bounds by the Leopards. Pass over to Riley. Jake in the corner. Out to Hayden. Shot fakes and go up. Tip it back out to... That happened fast. Okay, so landed for 2.
Bryce Connor with the ball. Over in the corner to Chet. Oh, I'm just kidding.
Hayden Morrison with a steal. We'll go all the way to the basket. Up for 2 and is good.
Bryce Connor with the ball. The pass in the corner to Morgan. Morgan inside to Connor. Hayden Morgan up top again. Over to the wing to Chet for a 3. No good. Ooh. Okay.
We'll have Jake bring the ball down. Over to Riley. Shot fake.
Ooh.
With a block called.
I would have thought that was like a reach.
Yeah, I would have called a reach. I mean, a foul's a foul, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like we have a new 5. So has there not been a timeout, or have we dismissed?
I don't think there has been.
I'm waiting, Marissa. I'm waiting.
We'll have Riley Pauley shooting 2.
Kristen Nelson with the ball. Over to number 34. Over in the skillet. Over to... Oh my god, there's new people in. it was like the same 5 the whole time, and now there's like new people. Okay.
Riley Polly bring the ball down. Hayden in the corner. Take the baseline. Pass to Lewis up top. Lander. Lander for 3 is no good. Lewis will grab the rebound and lose it.
Brown with the steal. Travel.
Travel.
Called on Brown.
Good call.
From across.
We'll have Jake driving for 2 is no good.
Nelson with the ball, with the pass. High, really high pass. Ooh.
That was a pretty violent catch.
Yeah. It was like a serious win.
Yeah, that was like a solid 75% chance of rolling a goal.
Yeah. That was a dangerous attempt.
Oh, Gavin Alloway up top. Morrison in the wing. Drill it down inside to Lewis. Lewis tries to go up. Kick it back out to Hayden. Hayden up for 2 is no good.
Number 10, Lee with the ball. Over to Brown in the corner, up for 3. No good.
Got Hayden Morrison.
Deflection by number 11, Tristan Nelson.
Gavin Alloway up top. Over to Hayden Morrison. Inside to Lander. Kick it back out to Gavin. Gavin will take the 3. It is no good.
Rebounded by number 30, Brandon. Number 10 with the ball, Lee. Kick it in to 31. There's a push called. Number 31 with the ball, that is Trenton Skillett. Lee with the ball up for 3. That's good.
Gavin Alloway up top. Pass to Lewis. Pass.
Good pass.
That was good.
I didn't even see Jake coming that way. And then boom. We have Lee with the ball up top over to number 34, Massimo. Deflection by number 10, Lee.
Oh, I forgot I was commentating. Atlanta goes up for 2. That's good.
10 bringing the ball down. There's 35 seconds left. Number 11, Tristan Nelson. Up by the half court, holding the ball. And that is game. Otis-Bison 25, Lacrosse 63.
Yeah. Next time. They're not ready next time. We'll go for them next time. Next one's a league game at their place. We come back from spring break playing Stafford.
Christmas break.
Spring break. I don't know why I said that.
Yeah, it's a little warm outside. That's why.
Now my voice is definitely gone now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's game.
That's it for tonight. Everyone have a great night. Have a good weekend and a good Christmas break. Because this is the last time. Next time we're going to be talking on here is going to be...
It's going to be next year. A whole new year, new me.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to be like... Expect like neon pink hair, you know.
Oh, yeah. Marissa,
100%.
you better. You said it already, so you have to now.
You know, I'm a minor, so Miss Chapman taught me that contracts between minors aren't legal. Anyways.
Okay, Marissa, whatever.
Okay, yeah.
All right, everyone have a great night.